I'm just going to say that the energy that is inspired out of the room. If anybody's interested, there could be a TikTok dance happening really great. I'm not learning, but Peter's going to kick us off this morning with Bible verse.
Good morning, and thanks for being here. I'm kicking myself because in my office I left something I should have brought down, which is the Flagler County Strategic Plan. And Jorge was the one who handled strategic planning for us. You'll remember Marilyn and Gina. And he continued to do that in Flagler County and sent me a copy of their strategic plan, which is pretty cool. I've got it, I still have it. And if you want to take a look at it, please stop by. Okay, in 1998, I graduated from grad school, and as a payback, they sent me to our headquarters, to the Office of Plans, Policy, and Evaluation. And it fell to me and another guy named Bruce Jones. I don't know if anybody knows Bruce, but coincidentally, he went on, retired, and became mayor of the city of Astoria. And he and I, though, were lieutenant commanders at the time, and it fell to us to make the Coast Guard's first strategic plan. And that was in 1999. And it was in that office and doing that business that I realized how difficult this work is. And it's difficult for a number of reasons, not the least of which is linking a strategic plan to a budget and operationalizing it. But really, nobody has a problem with sitting here talking about the future. We should. There's a saying that plans are useless, but planning is essential. So thinking about the future, where you want to be, is vital. I know the mayor attended a session Friday with Ron Holofield from SGR, Strategic Government Resources, in which he talked about the council's responsibility for looking to the future. And I won't try to replicate that here, but I'm sure it's fresh in the mayor's mind. That's, in my mind, one of the biggest responsibilities that a council has. Thinking about generations from now and what you as representatives of the people of this city, what does this city want the city to look like in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years? So thank you for investing a day, being here for a day. Again, it's important work, and welcome to Sasha, Sarah. We're appreciative of their help. It really makes it move a lot better. And thanks to Kayla also for marshaling this and making it come through.
And for all of your food.
Yes, yeah. All right, hope we enjoy the day. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Peter. Okay, you guys ready to get started?
Yeah.
It's Friday. Let's bring some good Friday energy into our work today, because it is. I know it'll be a long day. We'll get you up and moving around, doing some different activities throughout the day. So hopefully you don't feel like you're just held captive to these chairs and tables. So, but to get us started, I just want to get us centered on the work we have ahead of us. And to help do that, there's actually a special request for this, but I love doing this anyway, so I was happy that it also came through as a request. Maybe just a little meditation to get us centered on the work ahead of us. So if you will, just take a moment to settle in, put your feet on the ground. A reminder that we're all standing on the same, in the same community, in the same place. Take a deep breath in. And exhale out the morning rush, the inbox, the traffic lights that maybe didn't cooperate. Inhale your presence. Exhale possibility. And picture the city around you, the neighborhoods, the parks, small businesses, and the people that make them come alive. Every decision you make touches these lives in some way. And in this room, we have something powerful. Elected officials bringing vision and direction, and staff bringing expertise and follow through. Different roles with one shared purpose: to serve this community with heart, integrity, and creativity. Today's about weaving all those strengths together, listening deeply, learning from one another, and imagining what's next for Albany. Take one more slow breath in, feel the sense of teamwork in the air, and exhale, letting that shared commitment settle in. And when you're ready, open your eyes, ground it, connect it, ready to shape Albany's next chapter together. One team, one vision, one community. All right, thank you for that. So today, we are at the beginning of our strategic planning journey. Not a new journey. Albany has a history of doing strategic planning and committed to strategic thinking. But today's a new iteration of that. And what we want to do, our workshop goals, again, thank you for the time you spent with me and my team ahead of this work. It's how we design these workshops based on the feedback that you provide. And so today is about just providing you with a brief overview of the strategic planning process so that you can understand your role in the process. And then starting by building a shared understanding of Albany's community and organizational context. We have some cool exercises that we're actually doing one of my favorite ones today. It's a little crazy and chaotic, but we call it the graphic history. And it's going back and taking a look at where Albany has been. So it's before we think about where you're going as an organization and community, it's really important to build this shared understanding of where you've been. And there's some really cool key insights and learning that come out of this exercise, and I find it's really fun. And so even if you haven't lived in Albany for 30 years, no problem. Like, you may not have all the historical context, but you may have a lot of questions. And so throughout that process, it's going to be a storytelling exercise where people are going to share some history, and those who may be newer are going to help carry that story along by asking really good questions. We'll also look back to understand the context, and we'll also look at right now. We'll do some context mapping to understand what are the current challenges and opportunities that we want to consider as we go into this strategic planning process. Then we're going to build on that shared understanding to think about some of the insights that emerge from those exercises. Is maybe some priority areas that we want to explore through the strategic planning process. We know we've got some engagement ahead of us, engagement of the community and the organization, and through that shared learning and understanding, we'll start to see some themes emerging, and those will be our priority areas that we'll identify to do some engagement around. And then the last goal we have in our work today is to develop a path for some meaningful engagement. So we know we need to do some engagement of the organization and the community, and so we want to talk about some goals for that, some expectations, and any stakeholders sometimes that maybe get missed or that we want to target in those engagement efforts, and maybe potentially some tools if there's some ideas. So we want to make sure we capture all that so we can help you design a communications and engagement strategy to get the strategic plan work going and gathering the ideas. So that's what we've got laid out for today. Does that feel doable? Yes? I've seen it done, so I have faith. All right, so yes, we'll start with this overview, looking back, we'll have a break, we'll get into that current context, and then we'll shift into looking forward, starting to identify those priority areas. At lunch, or we've got lunch at 12 o'clock. What's for lunch? I feel like people always need something to look forward to. Panera. All right, some good salads, sandwiches. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll start getting into our work about the themes to explore. We've got a break at 1:45. We'll end our day. The last item will be talking about that engagement, and then we'll talk about the next steps in the process, and then get you out of here on the way by 3:30. Depending on how the discussions flow, there's always flexibility in the agenda. If we are moving along and getting through things faster, then we'll end earlier. But we'll commit to 3:30 for sure, because I know it's the weekend and people have things to do. All right. Any questions about that part? Okay. Well, let's get, I feel like it's not healthy to just jump into work without getting a little warmed up. We're centered on our attention, but now we need to warm up. And part of our warm up will be through the graphic history, because that's a pretty engaging conversation. But I thought we could just go around, and I have 2 question options I'm really debating. More fun. Okay. what would it be and why? That's our warm-up question. So if you need to, I don't wanna see a lot of device use today, but for this particular exercise, if you need to consult your Spotify playlist or do a quick Google search to remember that song and artist, that is encouraged. And so you guys have some, if you could, think of that song. You have some Post-its in front of you and some markers. If you guys could share those around the table and jot down your song and the artist if you know the artist, and then we'll have you do that report out. And maybe we'll have a really great custom Albany playlist that we can play during your lunch break. I did this question for the first time the other day. I was doing a workshop with Metro. Anybody familiar with Metro? Yeah. Anyway, their song choices were hilarious to me. I threw out the example. I was like Journey, Don't Stop Believing. They don't see any better ones. So. Oh, Chief has a good one. Kick us off. Under Pressure, Queen. Good one. One of my favorites. Yes. Do you guys?
This is from our perspective, right?
Yes, from your perspective. So Cheers, theme song, what? What's the why behind it? I forgot to ask you guys the why.
Cheers, that's why I moved here. I wanted like a where everybody knows your name kind of feel.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Chief, did you have anything you wanted to say about your song choice, why you picked that one?
It's just been one of those weeks where it's nothing but.
Feeling the pressure?
Yeah.
Okay. Sophie, Don't Stop Now by Queen, why is
I feel like we're like in a positive momentum sort of thing right now.
okay, good. Building on positive. My hometown, Springsteen.
Yeah, I think that Bruce is kind of that singer that's blue collar. I think Albany kind of was a blue collar community, and I think we're proud of our hometown. This is, for some of us, this is where I grew up, and so that means something to me.
All right. Okay, and there's got Happy Pharrell.
Yes. So for me, I as the city's biggest cheerleader, the city's biggest salesman, I want people to feel my smile. I enjoy being here, being here.
All right, I love it. Gina. I'm Coming Out, Diana Ross.
Kind of goes along with Sophie. I feel like, like with the waterfront project and downtown and everything, that things are just really starting to look up.
I love it. Sasha, this is like really shaping up to be one of my favorites so far.
I know, it's making my algorithm much better, so
Yeah.
I appreciate it, you guys.
Okay, Don't Stop, Fleetwood Mac, thinking about tomorrow, so yeah. Marilyn, anything you want to say about yours? Okay, just let's not stop, thinking about tomorrow. Our House, Madness, yes. What would you like to say about,
Well, the song's kind of about pride and where you live and taking ownership of that, but it's also
Yeah.
stuck in the past a little bit.
okay. Like the nostalgic, yeah, I'm trying to remember some of the lyrics to that one. Yeah, that makes sense, okay. Eric, what do we got? The Wait by the band. The Wait. The band.
I've heard.
Take a little off.
You're just like, I'm supposed to be.
Okay.
That's our first interview. You guys haven't even heard of them.
I like to take a picture of that list down by the.
Change, Taylor Swift. Forward-looking vision, community, resilience, beauty. I like it. All right. Great. Holly.
I'm still standing.
Ooh,
But
and-
specifically the version from the Sing.
From the Sing soundtrack?
Yeah, 'cause it's a little more upbeat.
It is.
I love this.
So
Johnny
good.
the
Also, I
Gorilla does a
prefer that
lovely
version.
job.
Yeah.
It is a much better version.
Yeah.
Yes, that is one, I have kids who are 2 and 4, and that is what we love to listen to in the car, that soundtrack is.
Are you not like inundated with K-pop demon hunters right now?
Not yet, they're not old
Too
enough.
young. Too young. We've avoided it.
Mine have that
Stronger,
age, but
Kelly
we
Clarkson.
don't have Netflix right now.
I'm holding off.
Really don't?
I've heard that's awesome,
Yeah.
that once they start watching it, they won't
They're
stop.
It's like a brain work.
All right. Stacy, what do you got?
The funniest thing though
Ooh, where
is my
we
son
are,
thinks
those
it's
engineers. Demon Hunters?
not K-pop. He thinks it's
Like a good song. Now you? One Vision, because I'm like, oh, I don't know that I know this song. I'm gonna know it.
Fuck
Yeah.
Bless you.
It feels self-explanatory, but anything you wanna say about it? Okay.
There's probably a
Let's see.
generational element to this.
Kristen, I don't think you have yours yet.
That's-
Our house?
In the middle of the
That's a good song. That's a bop.
My house
let's
by
see.
Flo Rida to mix it up.
Kim?
I've got Hold On by Wilson Phillips.
Oh, always a fave. I love
Yes.
always a
Hold
fave. Peter, did we get yours yet?
No, you didn't, because I'm still looking.
Still looking, okay.
Like what Taylor Swift song, who just doesn't know which one it is.
What to choose, so
We really went for an occasion.
truly. Did I miss any others?
Yep.
Who else?
Yep.
Yep. Oh. Ooh.
She's like, she's ready to
I'm
play
like,
along.
really, what is the nineties in there? I love it. Welcome to Paradise, Green Day.
Oh.
Peter, choose me Spice Girl. We need more nineties. Spice Girl.
That was Home Sweet Home Alabama.
Oh, no, that would be good.
Yeah, anything else
Alright,
tonight?
yeah, no, it's pretty basic.
Oh, I like this one too.
Phil
Too.
Phillips.
Such a snap, I love it. All right, last but
It is.
not least. Don't Stop Believing, Journey, yes, yes. Thank you for this. You guys, this one is the best.
So the question is, original or the reverb?
I feel like we could all enjoy concerts together.
Oh, that's what I should, I
Share.
just thought of what I should have put.
Okay, well, that's, this I feel like,
No.
this just feels really positive to me, some positive momentum and energy going into this vision that we're gonna start creating, so, very exciting. Sasha, how are you feeling about it?
I mean, like I said, my algorithm is doing great things.
Yeah, sometimes we get some really eccentric musical tastes and our Spotify algorithms are completely shocked, which means that
If you guys use the DJ feature on your Spotify, you'll be jamming out to your music, and then it's like, and then let me take you some throwbacks from last week, and it's like Metallica, and or it's like the Star Spangled Banner, and I'm like, it's not really my vibe right now.
Okay, one more thing we need to do before we can jump into today's work is to set some guidelines for success. So, what do we, I told you all the things that we're going to do. What do we need to have a really good, engaging discussion environment for today? What are some guidelines that would be helpful? Suggestions? Yes.
Assume that everybody has the best intentions.
Okay. Assume best intentions. Why is that important?
It helps you hear each other in a positive and like receptive way.
Yes. You all want what's best for Albany. Okay. All right, what else do we need to be successful today? Yes,
Active listening.
active listening. What does it mean to be an active listener?
For me personally, it's listen more than you speak, but also just to be thoughtfully engaged in what the person is saying and seek to understand.
Yeah, that seek to understand. If you have a follow-up question, like that's invited. Make sure we're hearing each other.
Respectful engagement.
What does that look like?
For me, it's if you disagree with someone, don't attack, don't be defensive. Say, I'd like to know more, but you just explain that, be respectful and engaging.
Yeah, it's okay to disagree. It's important to disagree. It helps us build on ideas and shape ideas, but yeah, to do it respectfully is key. What else do we need for success today?
Be open-minded.
Be open-minded. What does that sound like?
I think there, within this group, different levels of experience, with city government and where the city's been and where it's going, different thought processes, and just be willing to hear other people out and what their thoughts are. And, this is a great thing that we get to do as far as planning for our future. And, somebody may have a great idea that we've never thought of, and so I think it's just important that we all hear each other and kind of what the mayor said is just be respectful of everybody's thought
Yeah.
process.
Yeah, kind of nice going next to that respectful engagement. Yeah.
So, have fun. I know this is a serious thing, but have some humor. It is Friday. Just saying, like, I don't wanna come out of here stressed.
Yeah, nobody's nervous system needs that, right? We wanna ease into our weekend feeling hopeful and inspired. Okay. Yeah, in that, have fun. How formal do you want today's environment to be? Do you guys wanna go by first names? Do you prefer titles? Like, what's-
Nicknames.
Yeah.
Huh?
Pseudonyms.
Nicknames.
Nicknames that you can put on your name tags?
I
Or
like,
get t-shirts afterwards, like.
I would enjoy going around the room and hearing what names they have for me.
Maybe
Just
during the
say-
break, that would be.
No, you would, Sean.
Yeah, so do you guys want to go by, do you wanna use titles today, or do you
Today
wanna?
I'm just Alex.
Huh?
I'm just Alex.
Okay, is everybody okay with that? Does anybody have heartburn? I just feel like it kind of relaxes the environment, and builds collaborative. It's different from being at the dais, I think it promotes a little bit of collaboration. Okay,
Kayla has something in mind.
yeah,
I
Kayla?
was just say, be visionary. We don't
Yeah.
often get the chance to do that, so.
Yes. How would you describe like what that sounds like or feels like?
Yeah, it's
Different from like different from like a traditional council meeting?
Yeah,
or
well, I
something?
mean, we're often kind of trying to focus on the current or the immediate. This is that one kind of chance to really get to be future focused. Thank you. That's a great, be future focused and maybe think a little bit more creatively or outside the box.
Yeah. Kind of this environment where you get to think about it kind of like a science experiment. We get to like test out ideas and concepts, and we don't have to have all the answers of like how it's going to function or work yet. Like those are things we can follow up on, but starting by getting those ideas out there is helpful. Okay. Anything else? Yes.
I would say just understanding why we're here, kind of like the song that I put up there, One Vision, that it's, you know, why we're all in this room together is because we enjoy Albany, we live in Albany, we love Albany, is understanding that's why we are here, it's an opportunity, so.
As my grandfather used to say, leave it better than you found it.
Leave it better than you found it, okay.
Yes.
Sounds like a Girl Scout motto.
My pictures leave.
My 6 9 grandfather, we're gonna do that better than you found it.
We're getting a sticker right at the end of this.
Okay. Anything else? All right, I think, the only other thing I would invite you to do, and I know that there's a lot going on in the world and in our lives, but to try to limit your interaction with technology. It makes the conversations, it makes doing all of these things easier. And I know it's a big investment for everybody to be here today. People giving up their time, and so if we can, I would invite you to like close your devices. If there's like an emergency that you need to monitor, by all means keep it open, but if it's possible to close it. We're gonna capture all the notes from today, so you're gonna have a log of it. You can take photos of the graphic board. Sasha's typing up all the notes, so you'll have a digital version of it. But if it's possible, I know for some it's not, but if it is, I think it's far more helpful to really start to gather those key insights out of some of the discussions we're gonna have. All right, with that, let's do a quick overview of the strategic plan. And we're just going to put this down so you can see the screen. I just have a few slides to share with you. Can everybody see that? Or do I need to do anything else about it?
It might have gone to sleep.
We just said it wasn't 7 hours.
Yeah,
It's
right.
bigger than the average bear is.
Okay, let's
still in an HDMI frame.
Yeah,
So
that's
she's
a
like, get
plus.
out. I'm playing your guys' a video from your city physics to make sure, so. Okay, very good.
Okay, so Albany Strategic Planning Workshop, here we go. So strategic planning is defined, I think Peter gave a nice introduction about strategic planning, but this is really about having defined goals and actions to drive a vision forward. So what's our destination, where is it that we're going, and how is it exactly that we're going to get there? In alignment with the mission and your values, the things that guide you. So it's really, I feel like the most important thing when it comes to doing strategic planning is the engagement. Like, you get out of it what you put into it. And your plan is going to be better if the engagement that, like those inputs are really meaningful and come from a diverse group, both those who will be tasked with implementation on the staff side, and then also from the community, giving direction on what it is they want to see implemented. So you want engagement that's going to result in unity around the mission, vision, values, the shared goals. So that collaborative discussion to understand what people want is really important, and then a specific plan to help reach those. And then making sure, I think in local government, and this applies I think to other organizations too, but you guys are familiar with all the various planning documents that you use in local government. You know, your capital improvement plan, your all like the public work master plans that exist. You may have a parks master plan, you may have trail plans, you may have specific like service area strategic plans. It's taking into account all of those things, what exists in all of those different plans, and bring that into alignment. And then that's really what your staff uses to figure out what those goals are, and then staff uses that to design your budgets and help resource those goals accordingly to make sure that these things are getting done. So it's a really important process. As we started working on this with your team, there are some goals in mind here. Is that we want to set the vision, engage the community, align the work, and then also track progress to build that thriving future together. So some of the things we talked about. Albany has a strategic plan, and so, but it's checking in with that vision and seeing, there's probably some components that are still relevant, but there's also things that shift in communities, and so this is your opportunity to update that and make sure that the long-term vision feels relevant for where you want your community to be going, and then goals that align with that. This is also an opportunity to look at your values again. I asked the council about the values in our interviews, and nobody could rattle off the whole list. And so in my mind, that there are things that resonated with people, but that also indicates an opportunity to check in. Are these guiding you? Are there too many that you can't remember them? Are there things that are, should be elevated? It's a greater importance. So this is a chance, again, this is your opportunity to check in with those things and refine them to make sure that they truly are things that you're using to guide your work and as you implement the goals in your plan. One of the other goals for this work is to make sure that the actions in the plan are things that can be measured and that there's a system in place for accountability. And so working after the plan is developed, working to figure out what that system and framework is going to look like to keep the plan alive. What's the point of having a beautiful plan on a shelf? That does no one any good. So we want to make sure that it's about creating there's the next one. The culture of strategic management. That could honestly be one goal, but it's not just creating a plan. You're instilling a culture and how your staff works and how the council works together and how the council sets goals and priorities through this process, and also for the community and like what the community expects as far as being able to share back with them any updates or progress or challenges maybe that you're encountering. Sometimes it comes into focus that there are other needs, and the community wants a certain level of service, but maybe there's financial needs that come with that, and so you have to be, this is a platform to try to understand those needs and be able to tell the story and report back to the community. So it truly is about creating culture. Questions about any of those goals, or do you feel like there's anything missing? Maybe you see those listed? As far as the project timeline, I think we'll zero in on this even further today, but we did the work of just planning and scoping and figuring out those goals and getting ready for our outreach with the council in this workshop, towards the end of the summer. And here we are having our strategic planning workshop. Coming out of this, this is where part of the purpose today is to get the council engaged in this work and make sure all of the staff feel engaged in this work. But one of the most important things is figuring out that communication and engagement strategy. Our big next step is to go out and do that engagement. So that'll be one of the outcomes from today, will be that strategy, and in the rest of October and through January, it will be actually doing that engagement. So be developing those tools, and then depending on what you share today, if there are things, maybe that timeline needs to be slightly adjusted depending on the level of engagement and the goals you set for that. But right now, this is what we've got slated. And then on the heels of the engagement, then we would start drafting the plan. We'd start synthesizing all of those results, looking at the themes that emerge, doing some additional work. That there'll be different touch points, so there'll be drafts that come to council and updates that come to council, especially during the engagement phase. As the engagement's being collected, you can anticipate some touch points, and we can get a more defined schedule for that. But that way you can share feedback if you feel like something's missing, or we're not reaching the groups that we need to be reaching, or maybe we're encountering a challenge. We're having a hard time connecting with a particular group. Maybe there's one of you has a personal relationship. That's always a great role sometimes for council to play, is to help build connections to support the engagement. And speaking of council roles, another thing during the engagement is to help put those engagement opportunities out there. If there's going to be some sort of open house, or staff's going to be at an event, or there's a survey out there that people can participate in, utilizing your networks to help push those opportunities out is a really important role for the council to play, to make sure that we're hearing from all of your networks and from diverse groups across the community. So as we get through that engagement and we're developing the draft plan, the draft will come before council. There'll be some work on the staff side to take those goals and figure out, and all of the input received and looking at what we heard, to say how can we actually implement these things? What would some actions or objectives look like to help advance things that the community wants to see? So then council will see that draft and then give feedback, either sign off on it, give feedback on it, make adjustments to it, and then we'll do the work of developing some indicators of how are we going to measure progress on these things. What will that look like? And then there'll be an opportunity to do a final review of the plan and then get it adopted this spring. So, any questions about that? About the timeline or what the process includes? Pretty high level. So if there aren't any questions, then we can jump into our graphic history exercise. Okay. Let's do it. All right, Sasha, let's put this up and we'll flip this page.
Where do you want to go?
Like that back door, or that there.
Yeah, if we can be there. All right, you can see it.
It's not an exit point, so we're good.
I don't wanna bother like people that aesthetically.
We have one that should say ownership. Yeah.
All right, do we have any history buffs in the room? Is that you?
We have one good one.
I'm the oldest one here.
Did she mention mushrooms at all?
I mean, that doesn't always indicate that you have all the history, but it sounds like that might be true in your case. Anybody else like history? I enjoy history. Why is history, why do we explore history? Why do we revisit things? How does it serve us?
It's a way to bear witness to what has already happened.
Yes, so bearing witness,
Learning from your mistakes.
Yes.
learning from mistakes, or maybe successes. Yeah? Why else?
Lots of context.
Yeah, it's really important context.
For survival.
Yeah, that's
Maybe is showing too much of myself, but just seeing like, as like seeing raising Jewish kids, like seeing like, oh, how can you keep your family safe with this rise of fascism? Are you noticing trends? Did my family, like, how do you, just when does your family leave? But so just, that's gonna be more morbid. But
yeah, I mean, yeah,
That's
when you look
something-
at all different faiths, yeah,
a
like
lot
the
of
Jewish
people like
faith
it,
is,
like,
like the
are
history
really
component,
right now.
the history component of that is immensely important. It's, yeah, you learn
Maybe-
lessons, you impart values, you look at trends over time, and there's lots of key learning that comes from that.
So, in the context of people, everyone has their own story, and I think there's something to learn from everyone's story. And you can really connect with someone if you learn where they came from, what their experiences are, and what they've gone through in their lives. So I really think that the history of people can help you connect with them.
Absolutely, because in the absence of like understanding the story, we can make a lot of assumptions about things, about how things unfolded. Like, I don't understand why they do something such and such way, and that he shouldn't be doing this, that, or the other thing. But it's like when you learn how it came to be that way, it does give you much more compassion and empathy for what the current situation is and what's being dealt with. So that is, I think, so important.
So for me, it's so I can educate my kids about their history, their ancestors' history. So they go forward with a larger knowledge, without being taught that in school.
Yeah, especially today.
Yeah.
Things are being removed from curriculum.
Like they don't teach civics in school anymore.
They don't teach what?
Civics.
Wait, what?
Civics are government. Go check out the high school.
All right, well, yeah, I mean, those are important things for us to learn. So anyhow, we're gonna do this on a city scale today for all of those reasons that you just named. And again, I've had the opportunity to do this with several organizations. Trying to think of the most recent one we did this with. Sasha always has the hard part of having to like type it all up, because I'm gonna warn you, this gets really crazy.
Yeah, I love this exercise, but doing the digital part of it is the worst.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't remember.
I think Ben, maybe? Was Ben the last one? Anyway, we did this with Ben and Hillsborough recently, and done it anyway, it's really fascinating to see like early on in their stories, like investments in infrastructure that spurred like future things. So, and key leaders that came along. So how this works is I want you guys to start by, because I know some people are processors, and I want to give you a chance to maybe jot down a few thoughts, but to kind of give you an idea of how this lays out. So we're looking at things like goals or results that happened. So whether it was a goal that was set or some amazing like milestone that was achieved, that's something we want to capture in our story. Other things could be like projects or strategies that the city embarked on. Key events, So this could be outside, this could be a key event that happened in the city, or it could be a key event that happened like a popular one we've seen in these histories is like the pandemic, key event, it spurred a lot of things. It could be stories around people, so leaders or other key people that influence things in Albany, or services that you embarked on or took over or maybe stopped doing, or sites that were built, facilities. And then as we get towards the end, or sometimes it comes up in the middle, but we'll look at what did we learn from a certain experience. And so those are some of the things I want you to be thinking about. And before you can start writing down all of your ideas, I think the first thing we need to think about is when does our timeline start? When do we want to start this? We could go back decades, we could go back to the city's incorporation. When should we start our timeline? What would be meaningful? Anybody want to throw out some ideas for discussion?
Building of the Monteith House.
What year are we talking? Oh yeah, and dates don't have to be like super exact. We can course correct later, but like we're trying to get like close enough, right?
Is that the first thing that was built here?
As Marilyn indicated, that was 1848.
Well, it's the first
1848?
wood residential home.
Do we know a lot between like 1848 and like 1950? Are we gonna talk a lot
Oh my
about
gosh,
that?
the Bureau of Mines and like how we became like unique, like
That's my number one.
basically like a scary zone for the United States.
Well,
It's
like
like
the
A
metals
scary
and
zone,
stuff.
yes.
That's a technical term, scary zone.
Because I'm wondering if maybe we could do some of like that first 100 years, like
Super
up
fun
here,
site. That's the one.
and then start charting like the last 100 years down here.
You know, Albany was on pins and needles when
Yeah. Because I feel like you guys are gonna probably have a lot more to say about stuff that happened in recent history. But that part is like the inception in the beginning, that part's really important too. There's probably a few key facts that we need to know. Yeah? We wanna start our timeline around 1950?
Well, my timeline normally started in October 15, 1994.
1994? I mean, you could also focus on, the last 50 to 30 years.
Our first wastewater plant was built in
1954? 19 what?
1950-ish.
1950?
The only one thing I would argue is maybe slightly earlier in the 1940s because of our industry is built a lot of it off of that
Yeah.
wartime effort, and it's kind of
Okay.
continued.
And the water plant was what, 1912?
12.
Okay,
Well,
1940?
Vine Street, right, yeah.
And the whole
All right, I'm gonna leave this section right here for like some of the stuff, like in the inception of the city and those first 100 years. We'll get some key facts there, but then we'll start the rest of our timeline, 1940.
Well, Carnegie was what was 1913, Vine Street Water Station?
12.
1912.
We're saying this because we have a lot of very old stuff that's starting to come back into play right
Yeah.
now for us.
Okay.
Like, for example, that Vine Street treatment plant, we have to have really key decisions on it because it's a 1912 plant, and now we're going through, like, what do we do with that?
And the canal that feeds it goes
Yeah.
further back.
Right.
Yeah, that was like 18.
Okay, let's give.
Maybe like a slightly bigger section for
All
that.
right, let's give this chunk for some historical,
Boy.
and then we'll start here in 1940.
I'll just throw in the historical, that those stuff that's way back, those are, for a number of residents of Albany, that's our herd of sacred cows. Do not touch, do not talk about, do not change.
Of what?
That, I'm just saying.
Herd of sacred
Okay, we're gonna.
What is
we're
that?
gonna-
Off limits. Yeah.
All the
Oh,
his-
it is,
yeah,
yes,
everything
absolutely.
historic. Do not touch it.
Okay, so
Not
it's
touch.
important to talk about.
It is
All right,
very
yeah.
important, historical
All right,
preservation.
I don't understand that, I'm
I'm
sorry.
gonna start 19. I'm gonna start here, 1940.
Bureau of Mines was founded in 42,
Okay, hold on.
which was a
hold on.
large
So
economic
I gotta-
driver in the city, in
we
the
gotta
city.
get our
and the area.
timeline set up here.
Wait, I'd like to understand more about what Maryland doesn't want us to talk about. I'm sorry, I
Oh,
don't
I'm not,
understand what you're
I'm
trying to do.
quoting other people. I'm quoting other people.
I feel like sacred cows sounds.
But can you tell us more about that? Because I don't understand what other people don't want us talking about.
Albany's historic resources are extremely important to our identity as a community.
Yeah.
And there are people who believe that they should never be touched or changed. They have to be preserved.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that clarification.
I think people love timber festivals started in like 40s or 50s. I've had people say like, please bring it back, and I'm like, my mother-in-law did it when she was a kid and she grew up here, and
Yeah, it was fun when there was a timber industry.
It sounded like you might die. Like you would go in the river and like roll on the logs. I'm like, how
Okay.
was
Sorry,
that?
you guys are already starting to get excited about it, which I love this. So I want you to take the Post-its in front of you, now that we have a timeline and we kind of understand this concept that we're gonna go way back. This is gonna capture kind of our first 100-ish years, and then from 1940 to 2020, this is where I want to talk about our history, okay? And we're gonna get into more current times in our context map, and there may be some things that we put here on the edge that start to bridge us to our context map. So write down three key things, and Sasha is coming around with some special little people Post-its, or she came around with special people Post-its. You guys are all part of the history, and so on your Post-it, if you could just put when you moved to the city or when you joined city staff. You'll put, what's that?
We probably need some new Post-its.
New Post-its, that's okay.
What is
just taking our notes on them happily.
That's okay.
I was like, this is fun.
Hang on to your notes, don't get rid of those, but use these Post-its for your notes. And on your.
Don't follow me.
Yeah, on your little person, I want you to put your name and the year that you, either moved to the city, or if you don't live in Albany, the year you joined city staff, okay?
Yeah, our town, Matt, our town.
And if you lived here your whole life, you know, when were you
The-
born?
just,
I guess, or when you started.
I'm just teasing.
I thought you were talking about the play, Our Town.
Was it your song, Our Town?
How long have you been here? When did you start the city?
When did I move
What is
here?
your origin story?
Maybe here
Like the villain origin story? Sorry, I'm on one bed.
There you go.
It was 30 minutes. Sorry.
Oh, I just put my first name on my, or maybe I should put the other one. Your name? How long have you been here?
So if you guys can, do you want them to take their people up there?
Yeah, once you guys have, well, let me finish this timeline. And then once,
She's like two big Nikes, is that right? So are we putting 3 things on our golden globe? That's your name and when you moved here?
When you were associated with Albany, yeah.
And then you get 3 bigger stickies for like milestones? Okay.
Yeah.
okay. Now. Okay, so now that we have our rough times up here, you guys can come up and put your people on our timeline whenever you came in, and that's from help us get started.
And you can push your chairs in so people can go side view and not trips. You're fine, I'm just.
I'm going Dukes of Hazzard.
The lanes here.
No tripping, don't anybody fall in the hole. If we were born here, do you want, you can, if you want to join the city, or if you can, whatever your preference is. You wanna give up your birth,
So
you wanna give up your
city,
birth year by
1989. from your person, like when you were here.
Oh, okay.
Mine's kind of the same.
Measy, we're the same? Oh no, I tried.
How are you?
Same.
Right early. I think write your mouth on it.
So 2 milestones. The one that my favorite, our bestie Brad Dennis, you know? The number one mistake the city of Albany ever made was in 1991 when we annexed New Albany.
Oh.
And I'm like, melodramatic, big mistake. Big mistake.
Yeah, for Albany. Yeah, Albany things.
So is it one?
Yeah, we get 3 big stickies for the
Okay,
like,
big
for the
stickies.
milestones.
Yeah.
We do them on one or a sticky per. I think it's 1 per sticky. Got it.
Yeah, just hang on to your stickies. I think we'll see how our exercise unfolds here. Try to get as many up as we can. Okay. So, we almost have all our people up here, so let's start. This will be our, in the beginning. Okay, so Albany was incorporated, you guys said 1848?
Nope.
No.
October 10th,
And wasn't it Titina
1864.
first?
Today, on this date.
You
It was
guys were
Titina first
incorporated
until
on today's date.
1855.
It's your
Well,
birthday?
it was incorporated as
Happy birthday,
Albany.
Okay.
On this date,
But we were
Okay.
originally.
1864.
The community.
So, key event, 1860, you said, wait, when, 1864?
Yes.
1864, okay, so we're still there. So 1864, October 10th.
They even changed the name back to Tukina briefly.
All of the city of Albany.
They even changed what?
They changed it back to Tukina too, and then changed it back.
What the heck? I read about that. It was because the legislature was like, that's too difficult to do.
Yes.
Key event.
Which is kind of ridiculous. Okay, so what else is going on there? What else are we doing?
Okay, what else is happening in these early years? So in the beginning,
So these are all events, you like.
this is kind of that first 100 years. Hit me with some of the important stuff that's
We got the
happening.
railroad in 1871.
What's that?
Rapid westward.
Rapid westward expansion is happening.
We had the first, the longest wooden bridge in the early 1800s, like in late 1800s, let's say 1800s. What, I'm gonna Google that. And also, wasn't, the church on Fifth, wasn't that the tallest building on the west coast for like a hot minute? I remember reading that.
So we have the longest
We
wooden
had the
bridge.
longest
Why is
longest
that
wooden
important?
railroad bridge, 1888, for the Albany Corvallis line.
Cumberland Church was 1892.
Oh, yeah, I remember we can find this, what is that church called?
It's a railroad bridge?
Yeah,
Yes.
and the fact that alongside that, the fact that we got an actual railroad station, like we were a stop, that was a big deal.
It was huge, that was 1871.
Okay, but why is that important?
Because of commerce and trade and, railroad passenger service, it connected us to other hubs throughout the city, throughout the state.
We're the hub city.
Almost like.
Okay.
And we have the oldest,
Oh.
in use, train station.
Or airport too.
No, there's something about our train station.
Okay, so,
They used to have bands play when people came to town.
they what?
They still should bring that back,
They used to have
strategic
bands
plan.
playing.
Okay, so we're hub cities. We have this railroad line and this station, and it's bringing entertainment, it's bringing commerce, it's bringing people.
Money.
And
There you
money,
go.
yes.
3 state highways.
And then what?
3 state
3
highways.
state highways.
Are converging here, okay. When were those was that all happening, when was that constructed?
I saw pictures.
Okay, so all
When was pavement investment?
Okay, so this is a key thing here.
Chris, when was the fire department founded?
What's that?
1863.
And the police department was?
1860.
First
Yeah.
police department,
Good job,
1860. Okay, that's important.
Yeah. Did you already put it on there?
So
No, it's on
It's
the
right
logo.
here.
So
It's on there a little bit.
Oh, you can read the little small print on it, okay, there you go. Yeah, I don't see it now.
1816 First Police Department.
Okay, when White Spires was first built in 1891, it was the tallest building between Portland and San Francisco, which is a pretty big deal.
Okay, so can I go back to the train station for a minute?
Yeah.
Please do.
It is the oldest continuously used passenger train station. It was built in 1909.
The train station, sorry, the train station is 1909.
In the United States.
Cumberland Church was built in 1892.
The oldest because it's continuously.
And the tallest building you said was,
White
that's
Spire.
1891. Right? And that's the church.
And Cumberland Church was built in 1892.
Cumberland Church?
And we're still in the purpose right now. Yeah, we moved it.
It's like Sagrada.
Okay.
Yeah, we sold it to them for a silver dollar.
All right, so right now, what else is what else is coming? So this rapid westward expansion is bringing lots of people, lots of commerce. So we're Albany's becoming this hub city. What else starts for you? Now we're starting to edge into like city service here. You've got all these people coming here. The Wild West. They need water. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Use of the river also. at
Oh
the
yeah,
highway.
we got the cute like little, what are they called, the ferry?
boats.
No, the steamboats. We used to have steamboats. With the
You
first
guys
woman
used
to
to
have steamboat
You guys used to have
captain.
steamboats, and I
Yes.
would imagine ferries to get
Yeah.
back and
Yeah.
forth. Okay.
Airport in 1929, so we looked for that.
Airport in 1929.
Really?
They actually had to move the hangar because they put I-5 in.
Hold on.
We became,
Airport.
The canal in 1870s.
we became the seat of Blaine County in 1851.
In when? 1851. All right, 1851, seat of Blaine County.
Lynn.
Watch
I think
yourself.
Lynn.
Watch yourself.
We've already
Here,
cured
everyone's
ourselves.
like, we're gonna find
How where am I today?
And then Marilyn had mentioned.
I know, I missed one. What did I?
1870, the 17-mile canal was built to connect Lebanon to Albany, and it opened up
1870.
1870.
1870.
And that connects
Canal
us-
to Corvallis.
Lebanon to Albany, and that kind of leads to being able to generate electricity and drinking water
Oh, okay.
down here.
Did we get the steamboat, the Moldova? Is that what it's called? The steamboat that connected New York to Albany?
Okay, so this is important. Okay?
Did we get the fire department up there? It was 1869.
No, I didn't get 1869 as the
Yeah.
fire department. Okay. So,
Going into other services, did we get Vine Street up there for the,
get which one?
Vine Street?
Vine Street, no.
1912.
1912 Vine Street.
And it's
Vine,
still-
Vine like a plant?
Yeah, and it's still operational.
Wine.
Vine, like.
No,
a-
no.
Vine, like a.
Wine
like a-
vines. That's what it is.
I mean, if it was wine, that would be great.
When did
Kayla, you're getting too close to the end of the agenda. Stay still in the morning. Okay, so Vine Street, why is this important?
I mean, that's a
Water
first
treatment.
treatment, and it's still operating.
Water treatment, that first
It's
one.
water treatment? Oh, okay.
And hydroelectricity.
Yeah.
Water treatment, hydroelectric?
Maybe we should mention that the California ceded their territory in 1855, which is sad, tragic.
And hydro.
Let's see.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that's, this is a service.
Steph Newton mentioned a great thing about California.
The treaty with the California people,
Is,
1855.
1855, can you spell it for me?
K-A-L-Y-P.
K-A-L-Y-P.
Yeah, let me pull it up real quick. It's K-A-L-A-P-U-Y-A.
K-A-L-A.
P-U-Y-A.
E. W-Y-A, Y.
E instead of E.
E instead of E.
Paul.
That makes more sense. Treaty, you said?
Yeah, it was signed January 1885 and ratified March 1855. And the
Alright.
West Virginia right after that.
The freeway was built
In 1950 what?
in 59.
59.
I-5? Yeah.
So freeway is, I-5. 1959.
So, the Civil War seems like it was far away, but actually,
Okay.
It's true. They can, and we're shooting across the river, won't they?
Gosh, now you're really testing my history skills. When did it start? It ended 1865. 62 to 65.
Albany was split right down.
Yeah, with the hedge road.
Why is that important to mention? Is that, did it?
There's two neighborhoods that were identified with the north and the south.
Oh, yeah, with the cannonball.
Okay. So it, like, you know, at the time, geographically and ideologically, seems to. Oh, really? That's interesting. Okay. Did those newspapers stay in existence for?
And it still exists today.
Correct. Okay.
The daily down
Okay. Other key historical facts.
In 1940.
1914 was the Carnegie Library, okay?
The
First-
the Carnegie Library in DC is now Apple Store.
And what else?
Our library is one of
Is
the
it
few
what?
Carnegie libraries that's still a library.
Apple Store? Wow.
1914, okay.
First woman owning a business is Abigail Dunaway in 1866. And I believe Bessie Hale, looking at that Albany Explorer map that you're in,
Oh,
by the way, first black woman to
Bessie
own.
Hale.
Bessie Hale, yeah, first black woman to own a business. And that is,
Is that the one that was
what year is that?
You said Abigail
Yeah,
Dunaway
we want Carnegie.
was,
Was 1866 for her, that was the
Yeah.
millinery,
By the-
that like hat shop, and then
Yes.
Bessie Hale is.
Betsy, B-E-T.
Bessie, yeah.
Yes, or Bessie.
Bessie
B-E-T.
B-E.
S-
S-S-I-E.
Okay, I-E, okay, Bessie.
I need to find that date, sorry, one sec.
Hale, H-A-L-E.
Yeah.
Correct.
She was the first black woman to own a business, is that what you said?
Yes, I'm looking for the date, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, in 1966, LBCC was here.
1966 LBCC.
Yeah.
1960s.
Yeah, are you wanting post 1940?
Well, if there's, we can, if I,
So the original Expo Center was built in 1954.
original Expo Center, 1954.
Yes.
Bessie Hale is 1939 for her business.
Okay.
It was in the Venetian Theater.
1939. Okay. All right, what other, let's start down here, the 40s through the 60s, what sort of things are happening in Albany? Yeah, Kim?
Parks and Rec started to develop in 46.
Okay. Like that's the first like Parks and Rec department?
Yep.
Okay.
Prior to that, it was just been like youth classes.
Sarah, the Bureau of Mines was established in
Bureau of Mines?
Yeah.
Like mine.
Yeah, they made it, we're the rare metal capital of the world.
Mid-40s, okay.
I think it's
Bureau
42.
of Mines.
And that's around the time we became the rare metals capital of the world.
Rare metals capital of the world, I didn't know this.
Yeah.
There was Albany metals on the Apollo mission to the moon.
what do they call it? We're considered a Superfund site, right? So, well, we're like, we look like we're like.
All right. I know this is an exciting exercise. If there's a lot of side conversations happening though, then I feel like I miss key stuff that you guys say, so.
I'm just gonna say the Bureau of Mines is really important because that's how ATI and Selmet, two private companies, spun out of there, and that's kind of been
Do
the
we know when
basis.
those companies spun out?
It was probably in the fifties, yeah.
In the fifties, and it's you said ATI?
ATI, yeah,
I'm watching.
and Selmet.
Summit.
Selmet?
You can just do ATI / Selmet, it's the special metals
The
industry.
biggest themes is the rise of the rare metals industry.
Okay.
The last part of the 20th
Yeah.
century.
So this is like in the like forties through sixties?
Today,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
one of our largest employers.
Alright,
Is
so
that kid was here now because of that?
rise of
A lot of family jobs through there.
rare metal industry. 1967.
And then to go along with that, I would note the decline of the timber industry.
Yeah.
When did,
Spotted owl.
oh, so wait, before we get away from this rare metals, ATI and what was the other company?
Selmet.
SELMET.
SELMET. Okay, and now let's talk about the timber industry.
So in the eighties, the timber industry started to decline.
Okay, so it's really strong in the inception and now we see key event timber industry is declining. Why? What happened?
Environmental regulations.
Spotted owl.
Okay, so, environmental.
Changes in process. One long technology works, you can see less people.
Okay, so
So is it
2009, what's
2006?
happening? Don't forget, those of you, like, make sure you're asking questions if you don't know the answers to it. There's no dumb questions. This is so that we can all learn the same story. Why? So environmental regulations are happening. This is, and maybe we're also seeing some process improvement, and that's leading the timber industry to decline. So what is that doing? What's happening then in the community?
Job losses.
Like, by how many? How significant?
Economic downturn.
This led to an economic downturn?
Yeah.
Oh, when did Albany College start here, which is now Willamette? Is it Willamette
Lewis
University?
and Clark.
Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark started in Albany.
Well, Albany Union High School split off from themselves over in the west side.
Yeah, we should put in,
The timber industry declined starting in
Downturn.
1941, Albany College.
slowed down everything.
And
Housing
it was
stopped.
a long term.
Like, was it like a recession?
Yes.
Like, within the
It was
community?
more than this, like
Mark was
the whole
impressive.
Northwest suffered
And it was in the
the decline of that industry, along with the fishing industry, as it goes down, lost a lot of jobs over many decades.
Okay.
We were going through a housing boom at the time and it just stopped.
Okay, so housing boom is happening like in maybe the 50s, 60s, 70s?
70s.
Post World War II? Okay, so yeah, we should talk about that. So post World War II, we're seeing a housing boom.
Yeah.
we should add in that, Lewis and Clark, originally named Albany College, started in Albany in 1873. And the college closed in like the 1920s, right? Here, and just was only the Portland campus?
Albany College became Lewis and Clark College in 1941.
Okay, so 41. I wish that we would have stayed here.
Then you wouldn't have the Bureau of Mines.
Or we would have both. We'd be like a.
Okay, so post World War II, this is an important fact, I think, because you hear iterations of this come up in other cities too. So post World War II, you guys are seeing a housing boom, and people are able to live here because you've got these two primary industries, because you've got the timber industry, one primary industry, and I guess you're starting to see the rise of the rare metals. Yes. Okay.
And agriculture.
And agriculture. Yeah, we haven't talked about agricultural roots.
Grass seed capital.
What are we growing in Albany? What's
Grass seed, hazelnuts.
grass?
Hazelnuts is
Okay, and when does that kind of come to be? The beginning of time? The 20s or 30s? Okay. So grass seed capital of the world. so we've got a couple of key industries that we wanna make sure to capture. So grass seed capital, Bureau of Mines, and timber are kind of what's fueling your economy.
We had a
Yes?
paper
Am I
company
missing
as
anything?
well.
You have what?
We had a paper company. It is actually, I think, what gave Albany the bad rap. And everyone's like, that's a stinky city. It closed in
No,
2009. Oh, well.
My first winter here.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
part of the timber industry.
Okay, and I guess, sorry, I just.
But it
Well,
was
you could-
significant job loss in Albany when it
Two-
closed.
two-
Yeah, so when
people.
does the paper mill
It closed in 2009.
2009?
Going way up there. But it is also important because I have heard many of the stories of how stinky it
Yeah.
was, and I think it helped make us a more desirable place when it didn't smell bad anymore.
I agree.
Yeah, for sure.
And it wasn't the paper mill solely that stunk,
Yeah.
it was what changed.
Who still stinks sometimes.
Okay. So,
Yeah, that's what the ones about that.
Yeah.
Sarah, to illustrate how the decline of the timber industry was such a long-term thing, there was a timber carnival that I would ask Marilyn how long it lasted. When was the last timber carnival?
2000.
It started in 41. Very
That
much.
was an annual event, and it was kind of a-
Actually, went to that last year, yeah.
okay, so timber festival ends in
Timber Carnival.
in 2000?
2000.
Year 2000.
Okay, timber carnival ends.
It's still in that. They yearn to balance the laws.
But no
And the
one
city
wants
only
to
wrote
volunteer.
$65,000 in debt. The JC's
City
for
right
us,
off.
for our hospitality.
Okay, so.
And that's how we got the park maintenance building.
No.
So that's the creation of the park maintenance building.
Okay, so you've got these three industries growing strong, really creating the foundation of your tax base, right? And transcending into this housing boom, because there's lots of jobs here, people are moving here, they can live here. And then you see here, your timber industry is declining, so you're losing essentially one whole sector of that. So what replaces it, anything? What
I
happened?
don't think it completely disappeared, it just declined
Substantially, okay. And then you have this economic downturn that's happening as a result. Matt?
And then to kind of piggyback off that, and probably Marilyn can fill in the gaps. So around that time in the late 80s, you have Heritage Mall come in, and I think that had a lasting effect on the downtown area. Oh, there you go.
1988.
Yeah.
1988
Um,
Heritage
That was
Mall.
preceded by the Fred Meyer development.
Oh,
That's-
so
that
so
started
a
the big
shift of the
thing.
commercial
Yeah.
areas
Yeah.
to a whole nother area of town, and we've seen
Okay, so this
that
is,
ripple effect.
1988 is Heritage Mall, and then when was the Fred Meyer Center?
1974.
And also the impact is all.
Before that, by the way.
Was HP building two brand new buildings in the 1990s, early 90s. When I moved up here, they were building Fab 2 and building 11, which created a lot of jobs, and a lot of folks didn't want to live in Corvallis. I moved to Albany.
And that was in
1994, 93, 94.
okay, so in the 90s,
HP expansion.
HP expansion. And why did they expand?
Because
What
they
made
built
it-
semiconductor industry changed, they were going to a different direction, they decided to print some parts.
Yeah, but why Albany?
Because the housing in Corvallis is more expensive than over here.
Okay.
I moved here is $85 a square foot, over there was $115.
So is
So
it,
HP is in Corvallis, but he's
But-
saying
but
that
the
people
impacts-
who's
the
living in
impacts,
Albany.
Yeah.
but is this a result of like the people leaving from the timber industry? Is it related, or did you guys build the houses?
It's not related.
It was just that growth spurred how growth here.
More, so we have more housing happening here.
Yeah.
And so was it like another housing boom, or how just housing increase?
It's
or-
becoming a better.
I think it's just the
Cost
contrast
of
of
living.
Albany, the cost of housing in Albany versus the cost of housing.
Yeah, because I chose to move over here because it was $85 a square foot.
So, and that's key,
Wait,
because
what?
we've been riding this wave.
Yeah.
And frankly, I haven't been here long enough to know how long it's been, but we've been riding this wave of being a more affordable community, which has allowed us to grow more quickly. But we're reaching a turning point now where there's a little bit of argument of whether or not we're still considered an affordable community.
Okay.
So I think that's the theme that carries through there.
Sarah,
Okay.
can I
Yeah.
offer something for you? Senate Bill 100 should go up there, because that issues land use policy in Albany, certainly all of them.
When is that?
1975 or 73?
Senate Bill 100, or, yeah, 100?
Yes.
So for those who don't know what that is, can you give a little more context? Okay, is everybody familiar with Oregon land use planning law and what that
Well,
did?
if not, I'm happy to talk about it.
Welcome to my TED Talk.
1990,
But let's talk about like the crux of that. It makes land more valuable. It increases the value because you now have constrained your supply.
Well, it limits the quantity,
Yeah,
and the value goes up when more people want it.
right. Yes. Okay.
Can I give you a?
Oh, well, I wanna get this HP expansion. This is all
Oh,
this
why?
theme, I didn't wanna lose this theme here. So Albany is,
The impact of that expansion, a
desirable.
lot of people move here.
Yeah, about that time, HP grew to like 10,000
Yeah.
employees.
I hired 163 people in that too.
Okay, so this is kind of the theme that's happening here.
Yeah, I was, going off of what Marilyn and Holly said about the Fred Meyer development and the Heritage Mall, and that the trend of kind of leaving downtown and having major shopping centers be outward, that led to, or contributed at least to the decline of our historic downtown area, like 40% vacancy rates and major blight. So you could do 1995 or 2001, somewhere in there was the creation of the town center plan and CARA, which is an urban renewal district to help turn things around.
Okay, so this was, you've got all these commercial centers going elsewhere and
Yeah.
it's increasing the vacancy rates downtown. So you said 1995?
Yeah, 1995 was the town center plan that was like a strategy for revitalizing downtown, and then 2001, the CARA plan was adopted, which is a funding mechanism that reflected all of those strategies.
And to go along with the developments moving out of downtown, that created the need for changing our major road infrastructure. The Pacific Boulevard used to be a two-way street going into and out of downtown. And that, ODOT created the, Ninth and Pacific couplet to handle that change in traffic.
So these shopping developments also are changing your transportation patterns?
Absolutely.
Okay.
In a big way. That would have, Stacy, you know what, that would have been in,
It was under design when I started, I think 1998.
that could be, I think that,
Maybe
it was, yeah.
So another big event is that
Annexation of North Albany, when's that happen?
early 90s.
Early 90s, and why is that important?
It substantially increased the size of the city and put the city into two counties.
1991.
It's 91?
1991 is when we annexed North Albany.
That's right after I moved here, right before I moved here.
It's all right, so now we're in two counties, and how does this, well, let's talk about some population trends. So, in 1991, what's Albany's population? Or what does it grow to? Around 25,000?
It was like 30 something.
25 in 1980.
I would defer to.
I was like 34, 35, I remember pulling in the city.
25,000 in population, and then what,
Closer to 30.
35 in the 90s?
Yeah.
Okay, where are we in the, maybe like the 1960s, what's our population?
Oh, it would have been around 12.
12,000?
So in 1990, the population was 29,500.
12,000 okay, so let's look at these growth trends. So 12,000 population, 1960. You
I got
said
blurted out.
no, I was talking.
29,000 in 1990.
For
What's that?
1994 is 29,000 estimated.
19,
And then where are we, hold on, let's go back a little bit. How big are we in 1940? The other trend I also want to acknowledge that's interesting to see is as your population grows, who's,
1940, I have 5,654.
okay. 5,000, I'm just gonna say 5,600, estimate.
And then 1950, 10,115.
And then, oh, and by 10, all right, so we're up to, we double by 1950. How far back do we have staffing data? What's our, wait, hold on, what's our population in 2010?
2010 is
Yes.
50,158.
50,000.
And then 2020?
56,000.
56,000. Now, how has staffing changed over time? Where, do we know,
Holly's
do we
working
have
on
any
it.
data on staffing?
Holly's working on
Our
it.
HR director's coming in clutch for you. I know like
Yeah.
high level things.
No pressure, Holly.
How many, well, let's talk about
Staff
staff numbers.
data.
How many staff members do we have today?
438.
I know the
Okay.
police department hasn't grown substantially in a while.
438 employees. And then, do we know around 2010, what our headcount was?
Pretty similar, actually.
Is that before the recession? It's hovered around 400.
Wasn't that about the time all the time huge cuts? Like getting rid of.
So around, well, wait, okay,
That was more like 2012.
about 400.
And then in 2012, it 11.
2011.
What about 1990? Holly's like, just bear with me.
Yeah.
All right, Holly, you come back and tell me when you're ready. Kim's got something for
Can I
us.
give you some Parks and Rec facilities?
Yes.
And dates?
I would love that.
Okay, so, Albany Community Pool, built in 1976.
Okay,
Oh, sorry, 1979.
okay.
Still operating today.
Still operating today.
1979.
And then that,
Community pool.
so we took that over from the school district in 2005.
Okay. Wait, took what over in 2005?
The pool.
Oh, okay.
So it used to be a school district facility, and then they said, these things are money pits, we gotta get rid of it. We said, ooh, give it to us.
We wanna feel the pain.
We want it, we want it. The senior center, Albany Senior Center, 1973.
1973. Senior center.
Dave Clark, who was a notable figure in our community, was Parks and Rec director from 75 to 2002. And under him, he collected every piece of green space that he could.
Dave Clark.
Yes. He's incredibly visionary, well-known nationally, like our association, state association gives out the Dave E. Clark Award as the highest honor.
Okay, visionary.
And like rapid, like park and amenity growth over his tenure here.
He bought a lot of land without a plan.
Yeah. And a lot of it was grant money that I can't get rid of.
Okay, so visionary parks director Dave Clark comes along in the 70s.
1983, River Rhythms begins.
River Rhythms?
River Rhythms.
Okay.
5 times fast.
You can just put RR, that's what we all do internally.
When, what was the year again?
83.
Okay.
Cool Pool was opened in 2005.
Pool.
It used to be the Swanson Pool and then it had a redo.
Okay.
And then Northwest Art and Air began in 2000.
Northwest what?
Art and Air Festival, NWAAF.
2007.
2083. And I just put those as they are identifiable of like all the identity and brand.
Yeah, it's great. Whoa, so many hands. I don't know who's first, Matthew, go ahead.
Mike was gonna say that.
Oh, Michael,
No,
yeah,
in,
thanks.
sitting overall in the I don't know if it was early 90s, is measure 5 and 50.
Yes, I was waiting for somebody to bring that up. Thank you, Michael.
That sits
All right,
overall.
1990,
It's early 90s, I'm not sure.
early 90s. Okay,
Measure
measures
five and 50.
five and 50. Why why do we talk about measures 5 and 50?
It limits the ability of local governments.
My,
Flat 3%.
Yeah, hold on a minute. This is really.
Yes.
they really had to.
Yeah, it's over right now. We have to.
Okay, measures 5 and 50, very key. Event. Okay, how are we on our employee data? Still working on it. Okay, Matthew.
So the theme of state doing stuff to it, so
Yeah.
Few key dates.
Yeah.
1982 was our first comp plan that was adopted.
Okay,
Comprehensive plan.
all right, first comp plan.
That was set at everybody can comply with something under the regulations.
You said this is 82?
Yes. And then in 2019, we had the state pass House Bill 2001.
2018, House Bill 2001. That's middle housing?
That kind of marks the start of state mandated, housing policy, taking control away from local jurisdictions.
Yeah.
Just continue on.
Okay. Kayla, what did you have?
I think Marilyn said it only went to speak on there. I do think it's important to note that in the 1970s, Millersburg, which was part of our growth area and part of our expected tax revenue, broke off and became their own city. And that's pretty substantial because they took a lot of the industry parcels with them, which are high tax generators for us. So it's something we're continuing to deal with today because they use Albany services.
It was 73 or 74,
Yeah.
early
Millers.
70s.
Millersburg.
Because they use a lot of Albany services, but they don't, in a lot of cases, pay the same fully burdened rate that our residents do for those services. And so that's great.
They have one of our fire stations. I'm still salty about it.
Marilyn, how did that happen?
Well, it happened because Washington didn't want to pay all the taxes. And they had about, they had a vote and they incorporated it.
So they just
The 15
really-
people who lived outside the city limits voted on it. It was a very small number, but it
But
captured that
they
entire.
mobilized, organized and said, we're not gonna pay these
Yeah,
taxes.
their Georgia Pacific's glue plant was out there and Wachang and International Paper, which was Emblema Industries. And, yeah, all of that money,
All that tax base.
all that
just
tax
went
base
away.
was not ours.
Okay.
That also led to a short-lived state law, the Millersburg law, that prohibited, cities from incorporating if they were within 3 miles, I think it was, of another city's urban growth boundary. That didn't last, and that led to all those funny little things in the Portland area that are, 6-block areas that are their own incorporated cities now. I don't know when that got overturned, but it was,
Okay.
that
was a
Millersburg-
fallout, that was a
other
fallout
thing
of that. People were not happy.
Another cultural thing that should be on there is the formation of the Greater Albany School District in 1974.
Oh, yeah.
It was a county, almost a countywide vote, of about half the county, incorporating a whole bunch of, rural schools into one district. People thought they were voting on kindergarten, but no.
That's what 10 is inside of the gaps, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I've seen some other hands. Eric, what do you got?
A couple of quick line breakers. 74 was when the new main library was built, which also ties to Fred Meyer because they gave the money, a lot of the money in the land for that. So early 70s is when people started talking about closing the Carnegie Library. And then in 2009 is when the new main library was built.
2009.
And former city councilor still calls the old new library, the Fred Meyer Library.
Yes.
Yes.
Was it Golden?
Yes.
His
As far as
first-
I know, he's never set foot in it.
His first campaign ad was 1972 was Save the Carnegie Library.
Yeah.
I actually have a
It's
picture
consistent.
in my computer, and one at work, my work computer, of Dick Olson as mayor with a big old tie on and a big, well, young.
Okay.
Sarah, a public works item, I guess it's
believe the cities of Millersburg and Albany, I guess, extended olive branches and jointly built a water treatment plant, combining, I guess, the
This is in the
cities.
70s?
So the
2008.
2008.
Five.
So
It was
2005.
Yeah.
Water,
Wastewater.
wastewater treatment?
Water treatment.
Yeah.
Water treatment.
And then wastewater was later.
And then, well, can we do some public notice? More public notice?
Yes. Water treatment, so this is, Albany, Millersburg. Okay, and then what other public?
So our
business?
first wastewater plant was in 54. First wastewater plant is 54. What happened to the wastewater before that? It just went to the river?
Dilution is a solution.
Okay.
And then we built a new, wastewater plant in Talkie Water Gardens in 2009.
2009 new wastewater treatment, great.
The last expansion of the wastewater plant before that was 69, wasn't it?
Yeah, there were several expansions
Yeah.
over the years.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at these growth trends. Okay.
And then, transit, I think our transit system started in the 80s.
Okay.
And then.
Are you guys have a transit district?
Service.
Oh, it's a city service.
City
Okay.
service.
Okay.
And then our first transit expansion was just recently, 2023.
Okay.
Was that the Tiffany's?
Yep.
And Sarah, sorry to go backwards, but Albany actually took over an existing water system in 1980. 84. And hydroelectric from the city.
1984, city takes over water system. Why?
I don't know. Let's get into the deal on that.
Yeah, you know, I think these are important, I think these are important facts to mention of like, why would we take over a water, that's so expensive?
I think it was Pacific Power wanted out of the water business, but I'm not sure. They knew, they only knew how many pipes were leaking.
Okay.
We found out.
You found out, okay.
I have a few dates for you. I could only easily access the FTE data back to 2000.
That's
It's all
okay.
there back to the 70s, we have to pour over the budget documents.
Yeah.
So in 2000, we were at 352 FTE.
Okay, 352.
And then I have two, like, milestone things for you.
Yeah.
So in 1996, City Hall was built. The new
Yeah.
City Hall.
It'll be 30 years old next January, or this coming January.
Okay.
And then in 2017, we built a new Station 11 and a new police station.
Okay, 2017, station 11 and new police station.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right, we are coming up to our time. Yeah, one more, Sophie.
I have three quick things. One is in the early 2000s, at least that's when the projects happened or didn't happen, Pepsi bought our largest piece of vacant industrial land in South Albany. You could put that at like 2006 or somewhere in there. And the city made significant infrastructure investment as part of bringing them to town, and then they didn't end up following through on their development, which resulted in them settling with us for some money that's been used in various ways, but more importantly, they still own the property, and so it's the largest piece of industrial land in the state that's near an interstate. So it's really attractive, but they still control it.
It's always wonderful, right?
Yeah, when they sell, there'll be a settlement, but, and then in the mid 1990s, the city enacted a transient lodging tax, which is an additional source of revenue for tourism and other things. And then my last one is in 2019, we started the Albany waterfront project.
Oh, yeah. Okay, while you guys take a break, I will finish this up, just after, and I know we could probably keep going. It's interesting, but I want you to think about some of the trends or key learnings that we're seeing from this exercise of kind of the rise and decline of industries, how development has happened over the city. What I'm not sure, but like it seems like the growth happens and like the infrastructure investment maybe is happening like afterwards or is controlled by somebody else, and then the city like gets kind of stuck with it. Like there's a trend here that I don't know, in other cities usually you see the public investment happening and then industry exploding. And here I feel like at least the story so far, and I would like to fact check this with you all, but like it seems like the industry happens and then the infrastructure is trying to keep up. So I don't know. So I think that's a question I have for you, maybe some key learning and some themes that we want to pull out, because I think that might impact how you think about the future. So take 10 minutes, it's 10:09, so let's go take our break till 10:19, and we'll come back and we'll try to extract some info.
happened in like the sixties or seventies. I'm trying to think of a piece of legislation that made it so they couldn't be like state something. I'm not
State regulated.
Yeah.
That's a Google
And they're
Doc.
right, to this day, they're still not state regulated.
Yeah.
Other trends, Holly,
Not on that topic, right, I'm gonna.
on trends, on the trend side?
Not on that trend.
What do you have?
Just, important to note the public safety levy, the first one passed in 2002, did you get that one?
Oh, we got it, definitely.
Perfect.
Yeah, but there's, okay, so going back to our trends, limited economic growth, limited revenue growth based on state regulation, and then, or voter referred, and then, housing growth, population is extremely increasing.
Something another indicators shortly after the heritage section, there was voters passed a ruling for a charter that seemed that's the without
Okay.
I think it's more just to talk about the city, spend on some trends of city investment infrastructure and development funds, where that's usually done through that whole process, so without that, that really, can work backwards into that development funds issue.
You're trying to play, kind of playing catch up. The development comes and then you have to figure out how to.
Moving that into Vegas.
It's, okay.
It's
Is that true? Do you feel like that's a trend in that is a trend in Albany? Like, I'm picking up on it, but I don't know if that's factual or not. It seems like the infrastructure is reactionary to the development that's coming here versus investments being made in the development.
Well, specific for me, specifically for roads, local roads, because there was a road to get task force in 1995, and ever since then, they decided not to really do any work on them, or very little work. Now we're definitely doing big potholes, so no money's gonna be involved. And the director, when she was here, she talked about going into $8.3 million a year for the next 12 years. So we have an issue there, so we really need to raise revenue, so.
Yeah.
But you're wondering if, like, I was asked Sophie to comment or Matthew on economic development, and if the results of our economic development efforts, we're talking historically, so it's a bit difficult. They probably didn't have an economic development staff in the sixties, but did that industry, did that investment follow those efforts?
Yeah.
And I think you're right in that the Bureau of Mines, I don't know why the Bureau of Mines set up here, but what came of it was the first nuclear submarine and MRI machines and so forth. Was there anything that we did as a city to attract them?
Yes,
Nothing.
we flagged them down.
Was
We
it
flagged their
flagging
train
down
down
for
and,
landing station?
yeah, but that is literally what happened.
But there was not an organized infrastructure build out that pulled them into.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to the,
I knew this. In like early 18 something, 71, or the city of Albany, like all the residents pulled their money together to get $50,000, which is a lot of money back then, so we could have the railroad stop here instead of going through town. So that's why we were able to flag them down, is because the community did that.
They're interesting little anecdotes, but it's not a systematized effort to build infrastructure to attract investment.
Well, and I think the point that I'm trying to, or like the thing I'm trying to figure out, so for, again, having done this recently in Hillsborough decides to invest in their water infrastructure. And that investment spurred Intel to locate there. And so then that they recognize how that builds the tax base, and there's very intentional investment along the way in infrastructure. And where some cities are finding themselves is that without having that planned intentional investment along the way, they get to a place, well, measures 5 and 50 happen, and that constrains everybody, but it hasn't been well planned out as to how we're gonna care for our aging infrastructure. And yet you see this rise in housing, and you've got lots of people who live here, and the revenue that's coming from that tax base isn't enough to keep up with the aging infrastructure. And you've got all this rich history of stuff developing, so your stuff in the ground is old. That's just how it is. And so now you are faced, when you think about what are we doing for the future, and I see all your hands, I'm not ignoring you. We we do have to move to the next exercise soon, but I wanna try to close this up. When you're thinking about strategic planning and what you need to think about for the future, it's like reflecting on the past. We have some really old stuff in the ground, and this has happened, you know, not by, there was no master plan behind it, it's just how things have unfolded, but where are we gonna focus our energy in the future to make sure that we can sustain what has been built here? And where might we, you know, where do we wanna engage people in the community around some of these topics, around some of this narrative, this story, to help people understand why we are where we are today, and get them to buy into where we might need to go in the future to make sure we can sustain what we've got. I think that's kind of where I'm trying to guide you, to guide your thinking. Not to any sort of specific conclusions, but to think about this narrative and like what's that mean for the future. Cam?
I think two easy things that we don't have on there is the Great Recession between 2008 to 2011, which for some departments and programs saw their like major reductions. And then COVID again, and the COVID fallout, which showed more reductions. And so our staffing levels are less than what they were prior, despite the population and service request needs going up.
Yeah. Two important things that impacted not just Albany, but all local governments. So I think those are important things to put. I'm gonna shift, we're gonna shift into more current dates. We need to now get into current context. But does this help kind of bring things into focus for you and start reflecting on the narrative? Any questions from council as we go around, Mike, how are you feeling? Do you have any outstanding questions as we shift exercises
No.
here? Processing, okay, good.
Same as my own processing.
Processing, okay. Steph, any questions or insights before we move on from this exercise? Anicia? No? Good, okay. Marilyn?
I'm glad you brought up what you did about our infrastructure, being after the fact. It's, historically, we have focused on, we focused on the past, and we liked it this way, and we resist change. Change happens, time moves on, things get built, and then we try to catch up with that. That's exactly right. We need to be thinking about what we want to have happen in the future and build towards that, even though build is a bad word for some people. It's bad.
Right.
Sometimes it's being able to maintain, sometimes building means maintaining what you have and being able to preserve this historic feel and energy of your community. Like, still how to sustain it.
Exactly, yeah.
Carolyn, how are you feeling? Questions, insights, you're okay?
Well, I would like to add one thing before Peter, I go to schools to do for mayor contest, and the kids really shaped my thoughts on what they want for their city, because I wanted them to move back home and raise their kids there after they start their life and go off to California and Texas and different places. So I talk to the kids because they know what they think they know what they want, but if we can involve them in this process a little bit, I think they'll take more ownership in the city.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that engagement piece, but I think that was a central theme from all of the engagement. Peter?
I was just gonna ask Matthew to comment on a thought that occurred to me, the effort to plan infrastructure for future investment. The whole comprehensive plan construct is kind of, isn't it meant to account for that kind of growth? And that's a fairly recent requirement that we develop comprehensive plans, right?
Yeah, with our first one being done in the 80s, you know, the whole concept there is to take a lot of the strategic plan that goes into a comp plan, which is generally about a 20-year plan that looks at bigger policy-wide issues and sets goals and talks about how that's implemented, and that's implemented through our development code, as well as all of our other rules and regulations in other departments. It does take into account, a lot of people see the comp plan as like a planning document. It is a city document. It's not just for community development or just for the planning department. We've got a single department of their vision into that. Where, you know, a lot of the mandates that are now coming out of the state, actually too far away from what they're setting up. When we adopted comprehensive plans and the Senate Bill 100, they used to do a thing called periodic review. So the state would then come into jurisdictions and they talk about statewide planning goals and review the components of the date. They do this periodic review. The state has not done that in many, many years. Instead, as they've set new goals or adjusted goals, rather than give communities an opportunity to figure out how they're going to apply those goals locally, they went in and started mandating, this is what you're going to do. And that's really, really tough, obviously, from a staff standpoint, as we're trying to comply with state law and understanding that the community didn't have a whole lot of input on those mandates. So we ended up with this tension there, where it feels like it's a state where the staff pushed code or amendment that we're doing, when it's really we're just attempting to comply with state law. And that also, the community doesn't necessarily see it that way. They see us as code amendments, but not understanding the underlying, we try to get that message out as much as we can. We don't have a choice in the matter, it's actually or by the state. So that's, I mean, that's kind of dragging into the weeds a little bit on that theory, but truthfully that's.
Okay, so I think that was helpful. Did you guys, was that helpful for you all? Okay. The next conversation we're gonna shift in is to thinking about current times. So if this is where we've been, where are we currently? And what are some of the opportunities and challenges we need to be thinking about? And to make up a little time for this exercise, I'm gonna have you use the Post-it notes, and you're gonna do one idea or thought per Post-it so that we can post these up in the various sections. And so the topics I want you to think about for current context, so you're thinking about challenges and opportunities in these categories I'm gonna give you. And so I would invite you to do at least 3. You can do more than 3 if you'd like, but at least 3. If you need more Post-its, let us know. So the categories are community growth, so opportunities, challenges for today, technology factors, the other ones are, this is political factors, so you can think about locally, regionally, statewide, federally, economic climate.
And you want us to put a thought underneath on the 3 of them?
At least 3 thoughts. You don't have to have something for every single section. If you do, that's okay. Community needs or trends.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase what you would like us to do with the Post-it notes exactly?
Yeah, let me finish getting
Okay.
the categories up here, and then I'll give you some examples.
Thanks.
I think that'll help inspire your thinking maybe. And then this is gonna be organizational trends. And then the last one will be, down here will be uncertainties. Okay, so yeah, what I'm asking you to do, good question, is to think about opportunities or challenges we're seeing in these areas. So thinking about community needs or trends, housing affordability, easy one that we're hearing about, right? I think every city across the state is hearing about housing affordability, so it's probably a safe one to put in like community needs or trends. But maybe your constituents are telling you other things, or if you're city staff, maybe you're getting other kinds of phone calls. And so what are some community needs or trends we're hearing about? For organizational trends, typically staff is helping us to fill these in and understand these things. Council may have some other, it may have some insights on organizational trends as well, but thinking about, you know, whether it's unfunded liabilities or staffing change, I know you guys have had some staffing changes and like that has impacts on the institutional knowledge that's coming in or out the door. And so thinking about that. Economic climate, this could be you know, what's impacting us? What's happening at the, you know, maybe the federal level? There's a lot of concerns right now of, it's like the economy, question mark, question mark, question mark. So a lot of things, and there could be some things locally, that you wanna reference and make sure we understand. Political factors, sometimes unfunded mandates come up in here, or the state's hitting us with all sorts of, you know, I don't know, regulations, or our neighbors are regionally or working really well with us or aren't working well with us, or so opportunities or challenges or things we should be considering from a political standpoint. Let's see, community growth. So around community growth, some of the themes I heard from our interviews and our outreach were around infrastructure needs, attracting business, like just density, and how people feel about density, what the community feel is around that. And then for technology factors, sometimes this is around digital engagement or service expectations and accessibility of online services. And a lot of times this category is we hear from staff internally about what the state, how technology is improving or inhibiting service delivery. We hear a lot about the use of AI. And so I find that some organizations are really behind in their technology investments, and that really impacts service delivery and just process improvement and efficiency. Or sometimes we have the investment, but we don't have the training to go with it. So then we have technology that we don't know how to use or that doesn't talk to each other. So I could talk all day on trends that I see in technology in organizations, but that hopefully helps to inspire. Does that give enough direction? So 3 Post-its at least on things that should be in these categories. And the purpose of this exercise, while you're thinking about your ideas, is to build a shared understanding of our current environment. So now that we know where we've been, let's all build a shared understanding of where we are, and then we're gonna shift this into where we're going and getting towards the visionary stuff.
Would you like us to go with them?
No, because I want to be able to at least talk about them and acknowledge them as they're going up, so I'll have you bring them up, just hold tight for just a second. Let everybody get their thoughts together. Everybody have at least 3?
No.
You still hear some people right? Okay, take another minute. right, who wants to go first? When you say you look ready, and you're right in my line of sight, so.
Okay.
What do you got? Do you wanna come down? Do you want some steps? Or you wanna, sometimes you wanna get up and stretch, so, or I'm happy to take your those steps.
Girl, you already
Let's do it, okay, tell me what do we
It's
got?
education on what is in the power of the city government, because I think a lot of times that the residents don't understand.
Do we feel like this is a political factor or community trend?
I think it's gonna be both.
Okay, yeah.
We can put it in the middle.
Yeah, it's good, we're right next to each other. Okay. Great.
Let me use two so you can, well, youth engagement, that's for community.
Youth engagement, this is a trend of like, we're seeing more of it, we want more of it.
Want more of it.
Want more
We're
of
not,
it.
I don't think we're seeing a lot of it, is besides the marathon stuff.
Okay.
And, you said for technology, I always put like cybersecurity, I think that's
Oh,
always
yeah,
gonna be a thing.
cybersecurity is always a thing. Okay. Alright, so cybersecurity, things to worry about. Youth engagement, we wanna see more of it. And then what are your other two?
People are, I'm constantly hearing about like, or parking downtown.
Okay, that's a community need.
Yeah, affordable housing, that's kind of obvious.
Yep.
And then aging infrastructure.
Maybe, is aging infrastructure maybe in community growth? Does that feel like the
Yeah,
right
that
place to
works.
put it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I also kind of see it in uncertainties because you're just one failure
Yeah.
away from like what service is gonna be like impacted and so that could be my own next. You can put my aging infrastructure one up there in that category if
Do
you
you have
want.
aging infrastructure?
I
Oh,
do.
good. I was like, do I need to write it?
Hey.
I see a truck.
Great minds think alike.
Okay, we'll put
Heck
this
yeah.
one in uncertainties. What else do you have, Kim, while we're?
Oh, all right. Everything is so stinking expensive. Everything. So economic climate.
Yes.
For our community members, looking at us, but then us like looking at everything that we need to do our jobs and continue to serve, like
Yeah.
people don't realize how expensive everything that we touch is.
You know, yesterday I was having a conversation with another agency and we were talking about health insurance premiums and the massive increase that's like about to be unveiled.
I'm already feeling it.
Yeah, yeah. It's gonna be
I'm an
rough.
insurance broker by trade, and I'm already feeling it.
It's gonna be rough.
This one I had in community needs and trends was expectation of free or low cost services.
Oh, okay.
Just like from the community, like I think there is this expectation that folks have paid their tax dollars and that as a result, they should get everything, or free or very low cost services.
Yeah.
The wave of retirements is an organizational change.
Yeah, and it will tell us why this is.
On
important to think
January
about.
30th, I have like 42 years of service between two staff walking out the door. That's so scary. And then political factors, division and fear.
Yeah. It's rough. It's a rough world out there. right now. Okay. All right. Next up, Michael, are you ready? Are you still writing?
I'm still.
Okay, you keep going. Carolyn.
Yeah, so for, I separated it into challenge and opportunity.
Okay.
So, challenge, expanded infrastructure needs and negative public input on how to fund these.
Okay. It's, so with community growth.
I think all of these can go in multiple places.
Yeah, they can.
So,
I'm gonna put it up here for right now. Yeah, there's a lot of intersection across the map.
and then challenge, ever-changing political climate and support or lack of support for needs of the community. So,
Say it.
community needs or
Is this like,
political, like,
yeah, no, it makes sense to me in political factors, but can you say a little more about the lack of support for the needs of the community? Is that like the community doesn't understand what things
Yes.
cost? Okay, I just wanna make sure I understand what you mean.
and then I have two opportunities. Use and or create third spaces on public land for community growth and engagement.
Okay, so is this community growth or, okay,
And then opportunity, using a future-focused mindset to build our city into what we need for our future.
this one, community needs. Yeah? All right, thank you. And so next,
probably both under economic climate. This, an opportunity is capitalizing on the innovation that's coming out of OSU, U of O, and LBCC. And we're starting to do that, but it's gonna be really important. And then, a challenge is industrial land is encumbered by wetlands and other barriers to development.
Okay, all right. Steph, do you wanna start talking about yours and I'll come back and pick them up?
Sure, so I hear a lot from my constituents, kind of the transportation and mobility needs. Planning for like that last mile connection with, bus lines or, I'm hearing a lot about wanting more bikeable, walkable communities. Reducing car dependency, so that would be like in our community needs. I also have, our infrastructure and service capacity, that kind of is a big hindrance, and I know a lot of folks would like, myself included, for growth to pay for itself, because as we can't really fund our libraries when people aren't paying for growth as well. And then also on that same note, in our economic climate, thinking of infrastructure as an economic enabler or maybe a constraint. It could be both, depending on how we invest in it, right?
Say more about that, infrastructure as an economic enabler.
Like, so we're doing the waterfront.
Okay.
We're finishing up that project. The plan is that that's gonna help bring in more businesses, more economic investment. And I'm also seeing, like, if we have some really terrible roads, I think that would hinder some companies wanting to even come and invest here. They wouldn't be able to see that they want to either have a business here.
Oh,
if they're,
okay.
and then is it a place where they feel like their workers will live?
Okay.
I also have in our political, something I know that, the policy alignment with state and federal mandates that come down the line, and we have to quickly change some things.
Yeah.
And then something else that is important, continue to attract diversified, high-wage jobs for the community. I'd like to raise the average wage in Albany. I think, what are we at, like $58,000 per person? I'd love to see that increase 25% in the next, 10 years.
You're talking about as a community,
As a community.
development side.
Yes.
Okay, can you, I'm gonna put these up there, but can you speak a little more to this one, like the growth, aim for growth? Can you just talk about
So, like, whenever roads are extended or water lines are put in, typically our SDC fees don't cover all of that. We end up subsidizing new developments, the taxpayer.
Okay, ratepayers.
The ratepayers, I think that's the correct term. And I know that's a big sore spot for a lot of folks. They feel like if a new development's coming in, part of that development cost should be paying for that infrastructure. Yes. Yep, that's a common refrain.
So, you can read this before time. Infrastructure improvement, which is what we're all talking about, infrastructure improvement. Water, sewer, stormwater, local roads, and prepare for the future. Because the kids that I talk to in the 8th grade now will very well come to the city at some point, and we need to have a break for them.
Okay.
Community engagement, one of the things I'd like to do from time to time when I have white space on my calendar is park my car in the neighborhood, go for a walk. I think the city council and staff, executive staff, should set up, try to make time to do a community walk, get your steps in, we'll talk to folks in the community when we see them, so that brings up more engagement or part communication, part discussions. Continue to improve the culture and environment to entice qualified candidates to join the team, all we do. Housing affordability, continue to encourage development of a wide variety of housing types at each income level. We've already started, things are starting to happen, but I'll see that continuing. And economic development actively, to help Sophia actively and intentionally pursue corporations interested in expanding to a vibrant growing city.
Okay. Alright, can we get these up here?
disagreements about the role of government, even at the local level.
Say a little more about that.
Well, we're just, I mean, it's obviously, we're a highly politicized nation right now, and, there's something as simple service, there's a faction of people who feel like that's not the government's role to provide that service, and another faction who feel very strongly that it is. So just, it makes it challenging for the council and the staff to, identify what are priorities. For example, should the Parks Department be providing free programming, or should that service be fulfilled by a private entity, or just general disagreements about what local government should be doing.
That's what I was saying about educating, like what is in the power of the local government.
Yeah.
Those two go hand in hand, because there's a lot of misinformation and misconceptions and just no understanding, so it's just, people just don't know.
Yeah.
I think, and that is very problematic.
I think it's also, I wanted you to expand on this one, because I think I've seen this in other places where it's confusing. We've had new challenges that have come up, and especially around houselessness and homelessness in communities, and everybody's like, well, who does that? Who's responsible for that? And it's been a lot of this, and then you're seeing local governments stepping into this space. But again, as we talked about historically, like that's not been a service that you've provided, and then you've got these revenue constraints. So like, where does the money come from to provide some of these things? So yeah, it's an interesting one.
This is uncertainties, funding not keeping pace with the demand for service.
Yeah.
It's been a long-term thing.
Okay. What else do you got?
The integration of AI with various city positions. It's a more seamless integration with some positions than others, but you can't just introduce AI without training and then retraining. The pace of change is so significant that that's a challenge for us.
Okay.
Most of our positions were not historically built around that level of integration with automation, and so rethinking what those positions look like.
Okay.
And how we employ people and what skill sets we need. And then a transient workforce, specifically in the public sector, the average years of service now is 5 to 7 years.
Yeah.
And many of our positions were built around longevity and retaining that institutional knowledge. We have someone in a position that's been there 20, 25, 30 years. So we need to become more resilient and make sure that we are putting systems in place that account for that level of turnover.
Yeah.
One of the discussions along those lines, one of the things that I talked to several mayors about is that a lot of them did not realize is how they candid to view us from the dais, which determines whether or not you're going to apply for the job. And so that was something we had a discussion in LOC about most of the over the mayor's conference. They look at the staff, the council, before they decide, do I want to be an executive director or a parks person or whatever in the city. So we have to be mindful of our conduct on the dais, because if not, we're going to lose all of our candidates.
Yeah, guys, people have choices these days.
Yeah, and along with that, I think I wrote something additional, like just promote the new image of Albany. I think so many people have a very antiquated view who don't live here or live here, and they don't know what like this Albany looks and feels like. So we gotta do something around promoting that or being a spokesperson. And I think that goes along with image. Like we just
I
think
put this
it's
between both community and organizationally. Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you attracting people to your community, and how are you attracting people to serve your community in your local government? Okay. Yeah.
So this goes back to like the polarization of federal issues, and I just put that because for like elected positions, it's important to realize like about social media, posting about federal issues can be very polarizing. So maybe just stick to local ones. And then 28 CFR 35 is a rule that was established by the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice, and basically it requires all public services to be accessible to people with a variety of disabilities, and that goes to technological factors, because that includes online services, and it's kind of a big job for cities is to make all things online accessible. So
yeah.
Somebody, going last, somebody's already said, under community growth positive, locations are higher ed, as
Okay.
they said. But a negative is the cost of growth falling on current residents. Gosh, that's the idea of system development terms. A bunch of political.
Okay, what do you got for?
Well, once again said, the national political, back and forth kind of hangs over everything we do here, and it's hard to keep focus on local, the nuance of local issues. Along with that, growth proponents, I'm not talking about necessarily residents, I'm talking about industry, influences council and community greater than residents do. Campaign finance. Oregon has no campaign finance restrictions. You can spend $100,000 on city council race if you want to. That's not gonna be a local, that's not gonna be your neighbor running for council. That's gonna be someone influenced, by proponents of growth. The chamber, there's actually, don't even talk about 100,000. When you run for city council in this town, there are two groups that you talk to that hold out the promise of money for your campaign. That's the chamber and the realtors. And when I go to, and they're looking for keywords, they're looking for key things, they don't want us, they want no changes in SEC, they want less regulation. When someone like me goes and talks to them, I don't say the right things, I'm not gonna get their money. And so, that absolutely has a factor of why am I here? I'm here because I just flat out worked harder than the person who raised $30,000 against me. And the person who had the two people who had my positions before were absolutely funded by those groups who are, and I could call them the growth caucus. And so they make decisions that we still have to deal with. So I think it's a huge factor.
So, okay, so campaign.
So, yeah, but campaign finance would make it possible for more like neighbors to run for the city council.
Okay. Did you have another one, or is that one already?
Community needs, residents under financial pressure in general, yes, talked about. Now they're reluctant to pay for more growth, specific to the city.
Good. Other, who wants to go next? Okay.
Very similar to other street maintenance funding needs.
Okay, street maintenance.
Political polarization, and under, organizational trends, staff burnout.
Okay. Say a little more about staff burnout, this one hasn't come up yet.
Our staffing levels have, stayed pretty consistent with more services, and so we're doing more with, less people. And that results in some burnout.
Okay. Can I add something to that? I feel like in addition to that, everything is online, social media, and so everybody has an opinion. And it's not very popular to work for city government or government in general. And so in addition to feeling like you're overworked and overexhausted, when you see only negative things coming back about what you're providing, it has made some people be like, I'm not in it for this. It's too exhausting and emotionally taxing to show up and do my job, based on.
I'd rather do something else.
I'd rather do something else where it's not gonna show up every day in social media.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Peter?
So I wrote this as under uncertainties, but it probably goes into needs as well as disaster preparedness.
Yes.
Under community needs is echoing street maintenance, living wage jobs, which is business health.
Yeah.
Narcotics addiction, prevention and treatment, and mental health areas.
Okay, yeah.
Under economic, rapidly rising costs of development of lands. Organization spends goes along with Holly's retirement is a decreasing workforce available, just the number of people available.
Oh, yeah. are you guys seeing impacts in like the when you do a recruitment, the number of applications
So
you're
it goes, I
receiving?
think it goes cyclically,
Yeah.
but overall, the population number available is,
It's declining. Okay.
community growth is just, yes, it's a fact, one way or the other.
And then there's mixed, kind of just acknowledging there's mixed opinions on if we,
Yeah.
how we feel about, how people in the community feel about density. Some people embrace it and others are,
And under our
very
current
much not.
system of land use, it's gonna grow, it's inevitable.
it's not a choice. Yeah.
But-
It's no longer a choice. The state has
Right.
told us that, yes.
And so, on that note, assault on home rule is a political one, and faith in our democratic institutions, and then really the lack of knowledge, public knowledge about public policy issues.
Yeah.
And perhaps a lack of interest as well. And then technology, I echo the AI and security, but also the cost of technology to recapitalize the systems we have. They don't, an IT system, the useful service life of an IT system is about 2 years. Unlike a building or a vehicle,
Yeah.
you can still use it, but it becomes surpassed by the next generation system.
Yeah, I think this tech one is something just to pay attention to. I don't think it's something necessarily that councils particularly care about, but it is, it's a resource. It's a significant resource suck, and it's becoming more and more so all the time. Because of that cycle that Peter alluded to, it's the intensity of the training and support required to keep up with all of that cyclical change or that fast-paced change. It's just something to pay attention to. I find that a lot of cities are under-resourced in IT and like the level of strategy that has been developed to manage those systems and support it is not in alignment necessarily with like what the community expectations or even as agencies putting out the requirements of like have services being accessible. So just things to pay attention to. Gina, did we catch all of yours, or what are we missing from your stack here?
So challenges of unfunded mandates, either
Yes.
especially in the state. Another challenge is just the cost of providing services, kind of going off what Holly was talking about, where revenues are not keeping up with expenses.
Are you guys seeing a growing here, like a deficit?
We have to increase our city services fee to help.
Help offset?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a personal one, but there's a grocery desert out in Southwest Albany.
Okay.
We don't have.
Facts. Facts.
Yes. We have a 7-Eleven and that's about it. And got some opportunities, for East Albany and Southwest Albany. We have some developments that are going in out there.
Okay. This is housing development?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I have a couple of technology related ones, the use of technology for increased transparency. And then also, making more online payments and like IVR payments, those kinds of things available to people so they're not having to come in to do those types of payments.
Okay. Great. Alright. Who else have we not heard from yet?
Stand on.
Oh, over here.
Yeah, she has 2 things.
Come on, McKenna, let's hear it. What do you got?
I let you speak the last time. Back you out. I was like.
Bernice, thank you for holding accountability over here.
Be quiet.
That's okay.
I have agenda management, which is a work in progress.
Okay, but it's like a technology
along
factor.
staff. I've only been here 6 months, and I see the amount of time people take trying to build the agendas, and they aren't just like quickly. There's a change to them. It's not like you can just go in and change it. You're like
It's intensive, yeah. Okay, and then
more quality traffic. That's a huge reason why I took this job, was just so I didn't have to go
Deal
over
with
the
this?
bridge and back.
Okay.
Criteria.
I'm like, this is not. It's not.
Matthew, what do you got?
So balancing the need for growth with adequate infrastructure. lot of that, you know, the signals and stuff, but just actually getting people to come to those meetings and stuff.
Yeah. Kayla, what haven't we heard yet?
So just expanding on the turnover piece, I do wanna note that turnover is an opportunity to bring in new ideas and perspectives.
Yeah.
So I think that's a space that the organization is in a good area right now. Sorry, I'm combining some, where you guys bullet pointed, I did them on individual things, so.
Okay.
There's this expectation that residents, they expect the same ease of access and like quick turnaround time that they can go and see in like the private sector. They don't really understand. We have a lot more regulation that we have to go through, so they oftentimes see that as like government inefficiency. We're seeing this move where I think residents are wanting to see more investment in quality of life services versus we've kind of had, that's kind of the areas we've pulled from during economic hardship. We are firmly a mid-sized city by national standards and a large-sized city by Oregon standards, which brings new requirements and challenges. It changes the way it can be run, it changes the way or the type of services we have to offer, it changes the approach.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
whining. I heard minimum of 3.
She took the rest of the courses from me.
I read it to the end, okay?
What else?
Technology deficit, many years of not investing in technology means that we're behind, which in turn leads to highly manual, lengthy, people-intensive processes. An example of this is many of us are just now getting laptops.
Yeah.
Financial ones right now. So, looking at our financial picture, we have a lot of tough financial questions that are kind of left until something is dire. So we're doing these really big catch-ups. Alongside that also means that we have a lack of sustainable and diverse funding sources, means our reserves are low, and then that all becomes difficult because we're modeling for recession and we're now seeing some of those funding areas like federal funding, which trickles into state funding, become even more uncertain. So we're in a really precarious situation. Full stop. Right there.
Okay. Do we put these in uncertainties or economic?
They're fine.
Yeah.
Somebody else said that. We can take it out.
Okay. All right. Who else? What other ones do we not have yet? I don't think we've heard from Eric yet.
I got mine here, they're short and
Chris.
sweet.
Okay.
Increased need of service levels, this could go under growth or organizational trends. but
Okay.
City staff not keeping up with growth.
Okay.
Staffing levels, overall trust in government, we kind of hit on that. And then just change in the workforce, that's
Okay.
probably organizational trends as far as
Yeah.
work-life balance and people wanting to be focused.
Okay. And Sean, what do you have?
Yeah, this dovetails a bit with Kayla's technical debt recovery. The number of systems and their complexity never decreases yet. Staffing levels go down, and they're just now coming back up to like the high water mark of being underwater and recovering from that.
Okay.
That could go under, I would think, under technology factors, but it bleeds over a bit. Under community needs, I'm seeing the need to remove friction from access to services.
Okay.
And under organizational trends, shifting from make it work to make it work better.
Okay. All right. Eric, do you want to highlight what yours are?
Yeah, most of mine are already up there in some way,
Okay.
shape, or form. I think the only thing that I think the on-house population as a community need is something all of our departments are dealing with on a regular basis. And then, I think maybe I took a fatalistic view of the political, and I think, the death of the common good is what we're struggling with in this country, so.
Yeah. Okay. What's in it for me
Yeah.
versus how we help everybody? Okay. Okay. Next one. Oh, yeah, we don't have that up here yet. Okay. Who else? Stacy, did we cover yours? Any others that we're missing? Kristen, did we got them? So if Look at all these beautiful red posters over here.
Well,
Any that we haven't
the
put
beauty,
on yet?
the beauty in going like sort of last is that some of them are repetitive, but I had mistrust and misinformation.
Yep.
The challenge of reaching fragmented audiences with limited resources, because that's my world. Automation and efficiencies with technology.
Yeah.
Also with organization silos.
Yeah,
We
we
still
haven't really
experience
touched
that.
that one yet.
And then kind of similar to what was said before, the size of our city and both perception by, you know, especially some of the voices that we hear a lot, versus some of the newer voices to town. And then our own like self-perception of our place in Oregon and on the national stage. I think that like we box below our, or well, we should be boxing a little higher above our weight, in terms of like lobbying at the state level and that sort of thing, that we are a significant city in the state of Oregon, and I don't think we often hit hard enough.
Yeah.
One more for you.
Okay.
So increasing regulations, putting further pressures on city staff. There were over 3,400 pieces of legislation introduced this year.
I mean, how do they even do that? Is AI just writing these?
I think they have a contest.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I were legislature.
Okay. So this one we have up here. Stress and misinformation.
Yeah.
I think we've got this. Move on. I'll stick that later. Okay. Okay. Did we miss anything? Do you guys feel like you have a good understanding of all of these issues? This is what we'll want to, things we need to, this is essentially things we need to address in the strategic plan.
That's it?
This is it.
That seems easy.
What's that?
It's so easy.
It's so easy. How many years is this plan? 4. It's a 4-year plan. Okay, I think let's take a short stretch break while I shift gears for our next activity. So let's take 5 and give you guys a second to mill around, and then we're gonna start to extract the beans out of this, and I'll probably put you guys in some small groups to help with that. going to be broken into 3 groups, all right? And if you're a note taker, you need to take notes. This will be a good opportunity, so I'm gonna tell you 2 very specific things that you're going to do in your 3 groups. So while you're grouped with your colleagues, I want you to do 2 things. The first thing is I want you to think about what is going well. What is a success, a strength in Albany on which we want something we want to, it already works well, so we're building on that, a strong foundation. So that's the first thing I want you to think about. A strength, something we want to build on, something we can leverage into the future. And then the second thing I want you to do is to think about all of these conversations that we had. That's really crooked and I will fix that. But think about all of the conversations that we've had thus far, from the historical context to our current context. And what are the themes that are emerging from those conversations? So I want you, each theme I want you to write on a separate sticky note, because we're gonna see what you guys extract from those discussions. And there could be maybe some ideas that are adjacent to those themes, but I want you to really focus in on the themes. That's what I wanna see on the sticky notes. And so we're gonna start to see if we can start building these thematic areas that we wanna do engagement around for the strategic plan. And then I also wanna see that what's the strong foundation on which we're building, okay? So everybody got it? Yes, Matt?
Can we get a resupply?
You can have a resupply of stickies. Sasha will come around with those. Let me tell you who's in your groups. And then that way Sasha can give you, each group can make sure they have sufficient stickies. Okay, so group number 1, are you ready? We have Michael, Ramicia, Eric, Matt, McKenna, Kristen, and Matthew. And then group 2 is Alex, Marilyn, Jenna, Kim, Sean, Chris, Kayla, and Stacy.
Was that Gina?
Oh, it must have been Gina. Okay. It was. I was like, is there Jenna in here? I'm trying to read Sasha's handwriting, so it looks like Jenna, but it is Gina. I had to figure out that too. I was saying, okay, and then the last group, and just in case you aren't clear, is Steph, Carolyn, Peter, Holly, Aiden, Sophie, and, oh, wait, who is this? Who did I miss? It starts with an M. Oh,
Marsha.
Marsha. Like Marsha. I can't read. It looks like Marcy, and I'm like, I know there's no Jenna, there's no Marcy. Okay, Marsha, we got it. Does everybody know where they're? And you guys can convene. We're gonna report out. So for anybody who's live streaming, listening, you will hear all the responses of these conversations. But wherever it's helpful to convene. So if you need to go to the lobby or you want to group together in here, have somebody. I would designate somebody to be your scribe to write down on your post-its, and everybody should be participating in the discussion. You're thinking about a strength. You're helping to extract the themes. Okay, that's your homework. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna give you at least 20 minutes, but I'm guessing we're probably gonna go straight up to lunch, and then we'll start doing our report out after our lunch break. Sound good? All right. This is the only exercise, the only work you have to do between you and lunch. The only thing keeping you from your break, from a nice lunch break. So get after it with some.
What are we doing well?
All right. Which group one? Group 1.
Group 2.
Thank you.
Group 3.
Number 2.
Group 3.
I'm in review.
Okay.
We wanna go that way? That way already?
Yeah.
We got this.
Yeah, do we want to head over to those guys? Because they're both in our group too.
How are you?
Good.
Are you guys?
Come on over. Look at you. Did you just throw that chair under?
We're out there.
So they're carrying all the way around?
I mean, I was just gonna pull a chair that was already on this side, but.
Because we're outside. Oh, there.
Thank you.
One step.
I'd rather report out.
I see you don't want to sit next to Keith.
shower this morning.
I put cologne on.
Okay.
Jimmy.
Where do you wanna go? I'll sit in the drink.
Okay, these are, so she's done taking notes. I'm gonna report out. Yeah. So, yes, I'll start with, if you need like, we can start.
Good. Who wants to be the scribe?
I what's going on?
Thank you.
You have maybe pain.
I always end up being correct, so. You take
What is it, going well, success, strength, you know.
Yeah,
we could do that. If it's
I'm already sure, I'm like, why did this guy?
That's better.
Okay, good, boom.
I think events
Yeah.
also.
Yeah, I was thinking
Residents, Art and Air, the second year mushroom festival. I think our events are really.
But we don't do the
Going
mushrooms.
forward.
I know that, but it's still.
But it's still in our-
Yeah.
Trying
Right.
Yeah.
I was shopping in Carvalho.
There was a lot of like redevelopment in the 70s. Kind of that general trend.
Oh, is there sweet tea?
And then there are, Sunday, Saturday morning.
Well, downtown Albany saw a lot of.
Stacey, what do you like? Anything's going well? Since that, they were just like.
Yeah, I mean, it's all of that. I just, the transformation of downtown from 95 when I started to now, it used to be, I remember when the carousel was just an idea. And they were carving their animals like in a, what is it now? It's
The old turkey plant.
yeah, just like across from City Hall.
Oh, there too.
So I didn't come downtown when I first got here because it was not attractive, it was dark and dingy, like buildings. And then over time, Ray would tell me stuff was going on downtown. I finally started going down there.
And the people who read off the wall, they can smell it.
Wow. They're not good that much. But
Sorry.
Mayor Beatty from Milwaukee, when we came out of the city council with the vault, and we were leaving the vault, she was leaving as well. She was like, you talk about Albany? I finally get a chance to see it. This is amazing. She got a great day with the Albany ordination.
Yeah, I remember, I mean, 'cause I was born here, and I remember when downtown was kind of bigger, you know, and like JCPenney had the best work. It was awesome. And then it started really just kind of, you know, they built, cause I had already graduated when they built the mall, and, but I remember Fred Meyer's, that's where we used to cruise good, you know, and, before you did the anti-cruising ordinance. But, yeah, I mean, it really has just so beautiful now.
That's part of like what drew me here was like when I was looking at the city, like it looked like it was like dynamic and there was interesting things that were happening and just like, it didn't feel as dead like some places, so. That's not the one I was gonna pick, I'm gonna go for a different thing. I'm gonna say the people, like, we just have, I think one of our strengths is our people and our team. We have like a really great group of employees right now.
I was gonna say
They're really
specifically
invested in like the
parks.
future of the community and they really care. You don't get that everywhere.
There's an ongoing reputation for.
Right, is that stuff on those
Parks and Rec services.
Right, so, yeah, we're doing the best part.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Challenges of.
For me, it's been
Session and.
getting an understanding of
Managed to.
before my business was appreciated.
Like
And
some
the
of
race started
that,
bringing
now,
me
you know,
in.
library services as well, but
And
those.
also the city. And I didn't even realize I had to give anything back to the city. Rather than, you know, working my business, so it's much appreciated. And when I got involved with all the council, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And just waking up
So
every morning,
easy to.
getting my
budget
bills,
gets
so
tight to say,
I
okay,
gotta bring
we're
it
gonna
down.
as we all know, it's a.
And I can't tell you how much fun it is to see that the rest of the chocolate away.
Part of it.
I go to every event. Our events draw a lot of people here. And it's amazing. I go to the home show, our summer fair, and I go to every booth. You know, and they tell me that they really appreciate that. But I think the city council and staff have done a good job partnering. You cannot have, you can only get better. You have to be better. And that's why I made a comment earlier that people look at the city council and how we treat staff. And they-
Conversations on the state level, so they're laughing about, like, I had to be working
Yes,
I am.
huge support, right?
Yes, I am, I feel safe here.
Yes.
And I know that if I have a medical emergency, which I have had in the past, I'm gonna get help. And it's dependable and professional. I just can't imagine having a more, well, look at the police department. We made a tremendous investment.
Yeah, these are strengths and things.
Strengths. Okay, well, I was trying to figure out how to wedge what I was gonna say into.
And I think it shows with the public
You know,
safety,
there's-
right?
Yes.
I mean, 77%, I mean, those numbers are good.
Things like related to logistics and movement of goods and establishment.
I just spent 4 days on war.
I still think she's
Portland,
innocent.
and
Yeah.
and then found out
Because
afterwards that the public
even
officials
with
there were lying.
just the
that
physical
what was going on.
location within the state,
And,
I think, you know, the Mid-Valley, but specifically.
I just have to say.
In the coast, in like, you know, Howard, you know,
Right.
Portland, you can get the location to the.
Yeah.
So I think that is the story support of the, and we're on I-5, which has challenges, but also opportunities.
When people think about a place they want to live, they want to work, that is a major concern. And so I think that I'm looking at the nuts and bolts of stuff as well as the fun stuff. It's so interesting. People have no idea how complex municipal government is. And it varies from town to town, but it's, we do all the stuff that nobody else can make money on. And, or can, or gets thanks for doing it. It has to be done, so we do it. And we do a really good job.
I mean, I'm looking with other mayors go through, and how they talk about their staff, and they talk about their cities. I feel like myself, we are in a great space right here, we are in a great place right here. And those are the, you know, and I will do me, I go out there, I talk about everywhere I go, and I'll do those guys, because I want to see which area is home. And we want to move here, you know, it's going back to, it is for us, safety, the housing we're doing, all these things. So one of our going stuff as well, we took steps to the national housing for the transfers, working with guys about the SCCs, tearing those, referring the SCCs, so this is really big deal. And development's not gonna pay 100% for development. It's just not the cost. So I think myself, we need to go and tax this and
I think also we're a well-rounded city. You know, I think we don't like fall into just like one little niche or category. We have retail shopping, we have events, we have a downtown, we don't have groceries in South Park.
That's true. Yeah.
But I mean, we have Costco, so we have a
Yes,
lot of
Costco.
amenities to attract people.
Yes.
You know.
We don't have one industry or one tourist attraction that we're dependent on.
When my mom and aunt moved here from the DC metro area, I've been in the car for 45 minutes. There's everything around you, but nothing that you want. And so you're always in the car. And she was like, I am like 10 minutes from everything that I need. And so like when she talks to other people who are thinking about moving to be near their children, when her talk, she's talking to their parents, she says, I'm sorry, just like 6 and like Safeway, Fred Meyer, you can shop the coupons, like that is a drawing.
We have a really strong quality of life here. I think,
And then I'm asking a little bit of
things
things
are one of the things.
So,
that-
let me give them
Like,
the answer.
we have a lot of stuff going for us, but we're just gonna budget on telling our story, because I think a lot of people just don't know. And, so yeah, like, you wouldn't get that when you just like Google Albany, like, you can still find it, or like, like the armpit. And that's just not.
You're like, "Ugh, you live
Or
in
it's
Albany?
not.
Why are you living in Albany?"
You know, it's in the middle of nowhere, so, I feel like we're like right on the cusp of kind of being that like next big thing in this area.
My husband used to talk about when a new business was open, there was sushi. He would say, that's no. And I think no. And the first one that I can remember was Reagan about no wine. And I because it was just so out of the and so we were in school around that time. And I said, you know,
what all the things are implementing, all of those things are going on, all those people is all the time.
Yeah, I don't want to, I think we have to own the fact,
Well,
we
you know,
start owning
it's-
the fact that we're like.
It's not like a structural guide, there's certain things, there's certain levels for us, and they don't.
That's what I was gonna say, is we have
They are
ourselves on the map. Yeah, you said it, but that's
Now I know.
we understand people want to drive and see what's out. And people want to call to facts, and we're seeing that with the residential growth, and so we gotta get with the times, because people that don't want to run, it's kind of want it or not. It's not great places to enter, right?
And that's kind of what I was going to ask.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like, one of those challenges that we're catching up with things that we already do in the city, is there's like that dynamic.
So one of the things I have to run is, I have to plug in civil court for things that they have. You know, you don't see that a whole lot around the state, you know, there's legislation that deals with things because not everybody deals with things the way that we do, you know, with the mental health court. The different options for payment, we're not out to know people, we have, you know, payment plans, we have work, we have so many options for people, and I just think that, I sat in court yesterday just to kind of see how things were going, and, you know, I think our staff and our judge just treat people,
They build a know that now.
well, you know, fairly, and just with such compassion, you know. We had one person who was here and he said, I'm doing work through, and the court had received it, and she's like, you know what, run across the top of that lane, we're in the county, we're gonna be here about 30 minutes, you can come back and let us know. Otherwise, you know, I'll convict you for contempt. And, he was like, well, it's your fault, because you did. So I just think because we deal with people that sometimes are, you know, and then it's like the one person, you know, who got the security guards. So then he was like, well, yeah, that's the truth. I don't know how I said, somebody did our security guard and Ray was like, he's over here.
Yeah.
All the girls. Oh, Ray? And the city hall.
Yeah.
I think
I was like, you're the one that told us this.
yeah, I was like, it happened again? I was like, do we know this is the same person?
Well,
So they showed up at court,
setting
right? Yeah.
realistic expectations, like timeline. Like,
Yes.
I was just gonna mention, this is what I'm.
Yeah.
She was talking about mine. She had a little dog, and she was told that she wanted to have a dog, and it was and she did security. And they were both trespassed. I saw them as they were walking in. And when I was on my show, and when I came back, they were being escorted out.
Oh, the dog, I.
I do want to like catch what John said there, because John said it, and I think it's really true. Which is that we're a city with heart, or people with heart, and I think it's such a strength for us. Like, everywhere, like every conference I go to, like people ask me, like, what are your, how was your first year, and like, how'd you end up in Albany? Like, one of the things, the stories I tell them is like, I sent an email to Holly, like during the interview process, like, hey, I'm going in, obviously, with the interview.
But it did get that group.
Slip,
So they're-
decision, do you like have any recommendations? I thought I'd get like 3 bullet points. I didn't know of like places to see, like houses to look at. And I was struggling to find housing, and like so much like help from that. I've never experienced that before, but it's like everybody here is like immediately like,
even if we
your
have-
neighbor or
we
your
don't
friend,
do
like
this,
just
we do
And
Seriously, it's
as
great.
well, even along
And
those
it's
lines, I was
been,
just
it's
thinking,
been that way
the
this
state
entire time I've lived here. I
Yeah.
can't say I can't go out my front door without seeing somebody sit down, because of course I'm literally in the same neighborhood. Those people are still there, but still, it's all
Yeah.
It's right there. That's one of the things.
I've seen, yeah, I've seen, my friends are here, my family.
And so stronger partnerships with those area partners to like talk about things like fire districts or fire districts where there's a piece of scale. What's that?
Great people.
Just straight up my partnerships. I guess on my calendar to get partner project for a while. Where you going, man? I've never been to Albany before. And they will walk me and tell me the problem.
And it's like, and I reach out to you guys when something comes in your share.
Clearly,
Wherever.
he should have talked.
I really feel
Well, and like, I always think about
another couple's walking downtown.
that we're in all these beautiful counties, but relationships
Sort of say,
just
challenges. Well, no, we have to do challenges, so it's just themes.
And we talk about safe water, safe, and we really are safe.
and they should be
Okay,
not arguing about like.
And Sean said catching up earlier, like, that
think they
seems
get
to
lost.
like.
As far as catching the times, or?
As long as they vote, that's fine.
No, I agree. Well, I would say given this is strategic planning, it's not just the catch up, it's like, it's.
Look at the future.
We need to be focused on that. Yeah. Focused on the future.
A lot of what you see on King's Board
You know, this really have
is a
one,
record of
I
stuff.
think we had one.
Yes.
Meeting, joint meeting.
Yeah.
That's right.
Plan for the future.
Yes, yes.
Well, and it's hard because there's not a ton of.
And then I think it's gonna be a little tricky for us.
Facilities.
Well, I'll speak personally, you think for the future, but then you're also like really constrained with like the limitations of today. So being like. Strategic and like very purposeful, like what are the doors, instead of saying these broad things, I know us to be like, no, these are things, other things.
That's strengthening.
This,
Right.
in order to be able to do that, yeah.
So-
Like intentional.
Oh, okay.
But operations.
Yeah, well, and I think we need to clarify, like, I was thinking kind of like some of the things that were back, like, what were other things in this last strategic plan was when we got these rules of family.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on, let me get your water.
But it's expanding for the infrastructure planning, for the financial planning, for the staffing.
And if you only have so many coins and so many buckets,
Right.
like, do we wanna spread it out and have these worker services, or do we wanna like consolidate and have the ones that exist be like?
Uncertainty of funding mechanisms. I don't know, I was trying to figure out a way to make that.
Trying to get creative, creatively innovative in
Yeah.
places where we haven't had some previous.
Yeah.
Because of our systems.
Someone who mentioned, you mentioned that we are a big story, I mean, a big city like Oregon campus. And, people are aware of that, and that Peter mentioned in his Friday message that I just felt like.
Current residents.
Congrats, yeah.
I wasn't gonna.
Here.
It's like nothing
Where
to
it's
do
stacked on
with
the-
me, well, it does have something to do with me as a person from Albany.
Different,
The
yeah,
very first
different,
person
like,
that makes
expectations.
Oh, there's a deliberation process and
Yeah.
that decision said the nominating committee for considers people
Sure.
positions, get a list of all the people who served on the board in the last 20 years or longer. There hasn't been anyone from Albany around board. I'm the first one. And that's, I mean, Mayor McLaren was really active in the Mayor's Association.
Yeah, right, but it looks so different from these people here,
Yeah.
also in the timber industry than they do.
You're getting the driver's seat, I'm in the
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
In my thinking, oh my God, I went board, and this actually kind of gets to the Sean, what you were saying earlier, the big catch up, but we also need to move forward. There's, and I hear it, there's this theme of like.
Well, we don't know.
Well, they, yeah, they might know the grant.
Like,
Their
we're gonna,
grant,
like,
the kids' grant might have been.
Get out of the vaccine.
I'm saying that they're not their job.
Yeah, so it's proactive or, you
And
know.
in some respects, that.
Yeah, let's use that.
So, or when folks
It's
are
obviously
there.
fine,
Yeah.
because it's like so
Located.
for.
Yeah, no follow. Like, Mayor's reach out to me about how to do anything.
But those events,
Yeah, oh,
those
it's
people
very,
are the
I say
children.
that, but it's.
A lot of cities are following that base also. City services, maybe city reach out.
Man, that would be.
They also reach out.
And I tell you, and.
How cities not close. So.
You go.
Yeah, don't follow.
You know, seriously, and I can't believe those conversations with people.
You guys, are y'all comfortable with taking the lead?
Yeah, I think that that's good. I mean, cause that's who we are now.
And it doesn't, you don't even have to go very far.
We're in that mindset.
No, and maybe like you, a large city that is like, you live out.
No, there are a lot of cities there.
We are.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, if it didn't have students at Oregon State, we'd be a 10th largest city.
Well, now they got one. My friend who's been by the house now, he go home.
Yeah, but I be
staff, the financial center, there's this theme or this need for like,
We spend it like it's like, you know, I'm just, I think it's more than that.
It's the funding, it's the staff, it's the technology, it's like it's sustainable for the local service.
That is one of the things that I mentioned when we filled out.
But that's an ongoing process.
Is that
Maybe it's something that we can continue to utilize it as a living part of the back.
it's, we can have these projects and, maybe we can pay for these projects, but we have to be able to sustain, we have to be able to.
And we gotta get the,
come up with ways of paying for all of these things.
Well, and it opens up the door when you start
Well,
thinking about things from how do we have
did you say
sustainable
the
organizations.
same voices?
Yeah, we do.
So it's methods
One of the things that,
going to where other.
when I, so, I'm not gonna name names, but like when I came in, I met with
no, but people who live in here, they have exactly what communication is, and how long it's gonna be.
Well,
for a very long time, there was a lot of fear and having difficult conversations about social and financial systems. And because of that, it allows us to fall in for the
Man, I
Civic.
tell you, some food.
7 more minutes until lunch, guys. 7 more minutes
But
until
that
lunch.
shifts to like, now you're in a space where we're intentionally having those difficult conversations and bringing that.
Yes.
That way we can, as the council has the ability to like make the trade-offs. So, like, here's what we want to do. Yeah. So, I'm not sure what the right wording on that. Man, you guys think about that.
I didn't see it up there.
No, I think they're back that way.
Marshall let him in there, she's the only one that's allowed.
But that goes to the tax police, but that is next step. How do we sustain, what's a good thing?
But I also think like, it is very important, I think if that's like an ongoing social thing that makes we try to strive to make sure CDC regulations.
Yes.
And I think that if that becomes like a and not a sporadic thing, I think
You don't have to
something so sporadic and organic and well, and some things just need to become more. It's just like the one thing.
Well, that or there needs to be a decision made on this, okay, if we want to have this.
Right, and not like.
What like, or, if you want to have a new program, I'm not here with that, then we're not.
And I know it's
So I think that's the space that we've not had in the past, is like, okay.
The right man, we're not here to do like our service.
Yeah.
Yes. And these are people who are some, right? I mean, it's hard trying to explain to them camping. You know, and like trying
Or
to
just
keep their
communicate to them about those. Let
Right.
alone, because my wife works at
They're not
OU.
saying
No, just recurring.
They don't. I got email with the friend that I sent out. I was like, trying to.
Yeah.
But I also think sometimes people just need to hear and confirm if that's right
And
what
then
I'm
explain
reading,
it,
or
and then-
that's right what I've heard. You know,
But yes,
and-
having that
and it's just
sustainable
more
organization or
professor
like,
and I'm like,
for good
I'm
foundation,
fast
for
process and I
like
have
something long term,
process like that. So I,
But that goes into what
irritated, I used to get
They
irritated.
might have captured it earlier.
I used to get
Also,
irritated.
I don't want to type of like the tell was
I got
going on
no
right there.
Yeah.
Is
I
that
know she
community
just-
engagement.
Cause I'm like that too, I don't
education,
understand, just let me get somebody on the phone.
I think the civic academy.
These are good ones.
Yeah, like
I
there's
think
gotta be.
this we're recording now, and y'all feel free to chime in.
Sorry to interrupt. One of you might text me the year or the.
Did you guys get all your stuff?
We sure did.
I don't really have time. I can't get anywhere.
We got on purpose.
We got a great report with some legible handwriting. We had our economic.
Have you seen that thing?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know where to
Stick at the
go.
end of the syllabus, like, you know, If you read this, you get like
Yeah, I would, my teacher in, college, she's like, if you finish your, at the end, it's like, if you finish your exams, your 5 credits, and like, the end of the question was like, what's the food mascot? Yeah, those are great.
Yeah.
I don't give exams. At the end of the year, try, we got a lot of writing. Thanks for letting me borrow the exam.
I didn't know she was new. Oh, standing next to her. How you doing?
I'm the mayor, I'm friendly.
And then she comes to City Hall and find the HR folks. Walk in with you, I'm sorry about
She's the police officer.
Oh, yeah. Parking downtown.
I was talking to Brittany.
No, I mean.
She didn't get concerned about that because the whole but I said that I told her about the grant that was applied for that whole shebang.
It's Eric, guys, I'm annoying.
So infrastructure.
Yes.
So,
And that.
like I feel
Sometimes it's cheaper to like, not, you know, are we keeping Band-Aids and trying to? It is different. I have a friend of ours that's trying, worse. Every time you get or my clinic or, Claritin.
I think it's hard to little taste. My doctor's like, stop doing this. Yeah. I just throw up right away, like the minute it goes down, it comes back regular. So strange.
It's about like, strategic infrastructure strategy. In some cases, it's, you know, reinvesting. It's also sandwiching, it's also then also
Like this one, yeah, so I can agree with you.
Maybe it's something that we got, I just know that it's coming.
It's almost like investing, it's almost like investing in like, whatever infrastructure today, the needs of tomorrow, yeah. Like with Costco.
I was gonna point that out.
I was thinking about that too, yeah.
Thank you for thinking that. I should have thought about that.
I was actually gonna say something about it and then it's kind of dropped us out.
So you don't remember. It's like.
That's right, yeah.
Or, you know what I mean, like,
You earned your stuff.
you want to take the swing, so like, yes, I do have to pay off later on. Yeah.
I think we need to clarify that she has already, this was the problem. It was the last one. It was the thing, and then it was hard to figure out. So there is, whatever, and then maybe they're part of this, what we invest in, or everything. Yeah, like the infrastructure piece, it's
What the return on investment's gonna be and how long.
Okay. Oh, I love that. Like,
So, yeah.
under purposeful planning, just like, it's only been 10 months. Can you imagine this in 10 weeks?
Okay.
So I'm not
Thank you for making the arrangements on this with him.
This is very much like getting the impression that it's less of like the culture of community, but like, yeah, 'cause if not, it's not having that, I think we need to actually have a meeting around that. Cause I'm like looking at your next thing, I think so.
Like neighborhood feel, or like.
Oh, good, yes, please do. Yes, please enjoy your lunch.
So my neighborhood is south of that. The big gigantic spot you look down. That thing is a monster.
That's what I'm getting.
On the cul-de-sac, right into a
small groups, gathering up your ideas around what should be preserved, what strengths are we building on, and then extracting some themes. And our group in here, over on this side of the room, they were done first. So Anicia is ready and excited to report. So I'm gonna invite her to come on down. If you wanna raise your hand if you were in that group. Whose room is here representing? Okay, here we go.
You want me to come down there, sir?
Come on down. Yeah.
I know the price is right.
I know.
Y'all should have the prices right.
We should.
I've always wanted to go on that show. I almost left college
Barker era
as a
prices
field
right
track.
now.
It's still on. Back then it was.
So, Anicia, today's game, will you what strengths are we building on here?
Oh my God, I'm so excited to be here. Oh, you shout out to my people. You know? All right. Okay. All right. So, the strengths of Albany, we have maintained historic districts a key part of our identity. Okay. We have unified our infrastructure, reliable service, and we are embracing growth through our newer leadership. Refined development processes, customer service culture is A++.
All right, you can need that posted when you're done. So, okay, make sure I didn't miss that.
Quality parks and rec services plus library plus
Yes.
public safety. These are all strengths. We represent the Willamette Valley well through tourism, business, and good, we have good representation there. Okay, strengths continue. We love the physical location and our Hub City nickname. And then our themes. So infrastructure, do we invest ahead of time or do we spur on development? And then engagement, education of public, of the public through, so we can be transparent, reasonable expectations, and what is in the city's power to control. We need to educate the public on it. And then partnering regionally through our neighboring cities, counties, sharing of resources, coordinating, and meeting with county commissioners and such needs to be ongoing, needs to be a part of the ongoing work.
So is that like leverage partnerships?
Yeah, all that. And then things continued. We are uncertain of funding, therefore we have to get or be more innovative and creative around that. Especially because we have a changing population, so how to manage growth. And without our, with our changing, population, our identity, and how do we balance both growth, community, and identity while we are in the thick of it.
Yeah, I'll keep those for reference. I didn't get all of them.
You going up?
Okay, round of applause for. All right, next group, who's representing Maryland, come on down.
We need to put Plinko.
This is a new trend, you guys. All right, Marilyn, what are some of the strengths that we're
Our downtown.
Downtown.
We love our downtown.
Oh, yes, that's the spikes.
Okay.
We didn't love it 25 years ago, but we do now.
We love it
It's
today.
what it was meant to be.
Okay.
We love our parks and our libraries.
Okay.
Special events, whether they're city events or they're other events that have landed here, like the Mushroom Festival,
Okay.
Farmers Market.
I like what you think.
We have a big,
I'm so excited about that.
Albany is a well-rounded community. We have a little bit of everything here. Except the grocery store itself.
Except that.
But that's just a matter of time, a very long so far.
Okay.
That well-rounded community contributes to a very good quality of life. And it's the people who live here and the people who work for the city. We really appreciate it.
Okay.
Public safety. We've made considerable investments in that, particularly with the levy and with public support in general, and we feel safe here.
Okay.
Tremendously professional, dedicated police and fire staff. And we're proud of our municipal court programs. We do things with municipal court that other communities haven't thought of. But we should. Okay, we have a good level of public involvement in activities and city programs, and that can only get better. Okay? Alex is going to tell you how that translates to the views.
Thank you, Marilyn, that was fantastic. She gave great notes, y'all. So one of the things that I personally like in the strategic plan we have now is there's the great neighborhoods thing. We're doing the things that actually, if you look at it, we're actually doing the things that we said we're gonna do in every neighborhood, so continuing great neighborhoods.
Okay.
But Kayla and other members of this team brought up, with those neighborhoods, we have to help us develop connect communities. Walk paths, bike paths, easy access to operating public transportation, so having a connected community would be great.
Okay.
I know the East Albany plan development is a connected community. And we get to this one last. And this is something we thought about, purposeful planning. You know, our planning department does a great job, community development does a great job. But purposeful planning for be deliberate about it, be intentional about it, but also sustainable. So having staff support you as you grow your organization, so we can plan not just one area of the city, but the whole city as a whole, and make sure we do it properly and support the team that does that. And I like this one, we put sustainable as in systems, but we don't know what that looks like. AI, IT, we don't, Sean was there, but we don't know what that looks like. Cybersecurity, so sustainable, question mark. And then, be like these two, take the lead. Whenever anybody mentions cities of Oregon, they always mention us like as an afterthought. How we get out front, a lot of those changes that show up on the board, we reacting, let's be proactive. Let's teach other cities how to do it. Let's be proactive with it, and we take the lead.
Is that in just in general or in the infrastructure?
So the processes, how we do things, procedures, evaluation processes, our council manual has been requested by several members throughout the city. We take the lead, let's take the lead. And also, we need to do a better job of this. telling our flippin' story. Right, we're nobody's second cousin, we are Albany, Oregon, everything comes through Hub City, and they need to know why. Right, our events, our housing, our staff, our police, public safety apparatus, we need to tell our story.
Okay.
All right?
All right, round
Right.
of applause for our second. Thank you for playing. Next contestant, is our next group?
Okay,
Come on down.
all right, so,
Oh, wow, lots of colorful.
you know what they say, best for last? You know, no. Sorry.
Okay, which one?
Yellow ones first. Okay, do you wanna do the pink ones?
All right. Welcome to the show.
So, this could be positive, could be negative, but we're our own unique little island. We aren't tied to our neighbors. Cough, cough, Kaiser. You basically, just kidding. They're what I mean.
Okay.
And we love them,
Let's
but
bring live streaming
we're
in.
we're live streaming. Oh,
Tell me that this is a strength, not tied to our neighbors, like we're.
It is a strength. We're unique. We have our own unique flavor.
Okay.
You can tell when you're in Albany then versus when you're in Corvallis or Millersburg or Tangent or any other neighboring communities.
Okay.
Another strength, we are in the Willow Valley, Central Hub City. On top of that, we're safe. Like, thank you, Chief. We have a very safe community, both chiefs. We have a very business-friendly environment. We have an extremely transparent, accessible government, and I don't think that our constituents realize how important that is and how we do it so much better than other communities. Our staff are freaking innovative. Thank you guys. We're also a pretty clean community. Like, you know. We have a great small town feel and friendly. I loved what Holly said. She's like, you can get everything you need and people actually still smile at you. There's no Pacific Northwest freeze here. Another benefit is our historic resources. The large piece of tourism and city pride. We also we aren't really reliant on like one kind of business type. We have a lot of economic diversity. We have an incredibly vibrant downtown that we're very proud of. We're also like, the secret's kind of out now, but we're like one of the last affordable places to live in the Lone Valley. That isn't like the middle of nowhere. We have, one of our unique advantages is our geographic location. And then something else is our signature events. I know that, Marilyn touched on this a little bit, but we have Art and Air Festival, we have, you know, the concerts, we have just so many cool things that are unique to Albany that you can't find other places. And I think that that's an awesome advantage.
Shout out to Parks and Rec.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about your themes.
All right, so we are seeing a division of ideologies, values, generational, local differences.
Okay.
We are seeing a shift to a more urban environment. We are seeing changes in quality of life, livability. We're seeing,
This is, tell me more about the dialogue around this, because when it comes to strategic planning, I love quality of life and livability, but it means different things to different people,
Yeah.
so it needs to be specific.
Quality of life and livability is not only just like the proximity to certain, you know, the hiking to the beach, like that, but also we have great resources here, and like not only the businesses, but then also, like we can go to Costco, we can go to the grocery shop and get
Yeah, like retail,
we have that,
retail
but
options.
also, we have great community events, like the livability aspect in Albany
So a lot of the
is
stuff,
huge.
it's kind of a lot of the stuff that's
Yes.
right here. Okay.
we are facing a neglect of infrastructure from the past. Yeah, so infrastructure. We are seeing an increased need for longer business hours and
Will Mondays.
and wanting wanting to, promote more demand for longer business hours.
Like within City Hall or? like-
No, within the community.
Oh.
Businesses.
Okay.
That's when the Campbell Incorporated want to do some things like upping economic advantage here to help spur that demand.
We are seeing a transition from small town to a big city, and we're kind of playing catch up. We are seeing resistance to change from the community.
And kind of like the old guard versus like new transplants.
Is this part of, I'm trying to figure out, is this part of this theme of like educating the public, telling our story, like bringing people
These are
along
kind
for
of like
innovation?
ideological differences, like something that we've seen, you know, back in the day, folks, like their number one activity to do was drive the gut, they drive their cars. People today are like, hey, I want to be able to walk to get a cup of coffee, I want to be able to ride a bike to a local park, I want to have more of that, like 5-minute city. We see that from a lot of the younger generation versus folks that were, they you know, more that car reliance.
And then, but then we also have vehicle and pedestrian transportation changes in our community. We are seeing barriers to industrial development.
AKA wetlands. And other smart things that Sophie said.
Thank you, Sophie. You were great. We're looking at more regional partnerships. Yep, partnerships there. We're looking at a need for proactive investment.
Is this like infrastructure?
Yes. And incubate, we talked about incubator space for startups, as well as business retention and expansion.
I'm still really sad that we don't have any shows Case Area there and agility robotics. So bummed.
Well, outsourced building, development space.
Yeah. But hey, we've gotten some businesses from Corrales too. As the rent's two-day night.
Okay, did we get them all?
Yeah.
Okay, round of applause for Okay, thank you.
I didn't know that.
But I like the whole thing.
It didn't seem as like smart and eloquent as we were like we were very big right now.
All right, let's have some discussion around these themes. So there's a clear theme here around infrastructure and a need for proactive investment in infrastructure and, you know, I think a neglect of infrastructure. I don't know if it's is it a neglect or is it like just resources have been directed in other places, but we know there's a need. But I'm wondering, in this area, so this was definitely a major theme in our discussion thus far today. So when we think about this from a strategic planning perspective, what are some of the things that we want to engage the organization or the community on? What types of questions would we want to ask them? What are we curious about?
I want to know how the public thinks that we get things done.
Okay, so it kind of ties in here. Yeah, Peter, you were about to say something too?
Well, Carolyn said how they think, I was wondering if they actually think about it.
If they think, and then if they do, how do they think?
And then if they understand concepts like deferred maintenance, because that's actually what it is. You ask if it's neglect or if it's just placing other priorities higher on the list, which is easy to do when you're talking about something that degrades invisibly.
It is a form of neglect.
Yeah.
It is a form of neglect.
I like that you specifically say that, because a lot of people look at deferred maintenance as it's just something we can solve later, and they don't recognize the tremendous impacts that that has. Yeah.
And also, along the lines of what Carolyn said, a lot of folks don't understand what it takes to say replace a road surface. And as far as the work that goes into, if we rip up a road, we can't just put it on the back, we have to check the pipes underneath it. And make sure that they're safe, so we can put that service back and be confident the road's gonna last 15, 20 years. So I think a knowledge of the process for infrastructure development.
Well, I would wonder what they think of as infrastructure, because we're focusing really heavily on roadways right now, it's been a really big conversation. But some of the other stuff we talked about in our group is like, there's the infrastructure around our facilities, there's the infrastructure around, our parks, and what does that look like? And I'm gonna pick on, because Kim said something really well, is that there's a decision point coming of, do you do a lot of things kind of mediocre, or do you focus in on areas to do them really well? Like, what does the community want?
Yeah, okay. But kind of what, I mean, this is getting a little technical, but what's the level of service? What do people want? And like helping people understand that, you think about a pavement condition index, and the number is at 80, what does that look like? That means like, you don't hardly ever see a pothole, versus like if your condition index is at like 50, probably gonna see a lot of potholes around, and like, what feels okay to you? Right, like no potholes, a lot of potholes, or something in between, like trying to help people understand what that looks like and feels like. Okay, so. Okay, other questions about infrastructure we're curious about?
One of the things that we're getting ready to embark on is a facilities assessment for just our city facilities. And I think it's gonna be really eye-opening, not only to us who work here, but potentially to the public as to what that price tag looks like, just to keep our municipal buildings working. And that might just be like a snapshot into like the larger picture of what it takes to be a municipal government. I don't know, I think it's gonna, telling our story, I think it could be tied in there and might give us some like examples to tease out with our community.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the question of like, the public knows and understands and what they want. But there's also a question that we have of like, what is our liability? Because in some areas, like the roadways, where we've been putting a lot of effort and stuff into getting that data as part of the street maintenance conversation, we have some big numbers. But like when you talk about our facilities, our fleet, our technology, there's a lot of spaces where we just don't know because we haven't had the capacity or resources to track those. And we're finally doing that like reckoning of what is that gonna look like? Because it could be a pretty substantial price tag that we're not prepared for.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that we're doing the Citizens Academy. I just random thought. It'd be cool if we did like a budget academy. You know what I mean? Have like some random folks like, here, let's do a deep dive, and get you to really, because I tell people, hey, check out the budget, read it, but people don't understand it. But
So,
Yeah, right.
infrastructure is concentrated mostly on the streets, so, and I would ask Matthew and Stacy to talk about, the cost of infrastructure, or the cost of growth and development in the eastern part of the city. That growth and that development cannot happen without assistance from somewhere to build out the infrastructure to support it, specifically the wastewater systems.
Yeah, I feel like we should move some of this growth stuff over here, because it's gonna connect so tightly with infrastructure. I just, these are important justice, but I'm going to relocate them to this side so I can move the, growth stuff over here.
To your point,
So,
Peter, we did talk in our group about infrastructure and how it gets built, and what does it take for development, understanding that when new development comes in, it builds all the new infrastructure, public infrastructure that's associated with that project, whether it be internal or across their frontage, they're responsible for that. But it's that interim piece that, especially when you look at areas like East Albany, where we've got these big gaps in between where we've got communities that are already built out that may not be served by sewer, may not be served by water, that a developer will land just beyond that. So now there's these offset improvements that a developer would have to pay for. So you wait for that development funding, say, geez, now the value is there for it, because currently it's too much to build that offset improvements to be able to make the project or development actually pencil out for them. So But over time, eventually it will pencil out. So what is that timeframe? Is it something that we wanna wait for that, or does the city invest in that infrastructure to bring that new development in?
Those interim parts are expensive. So if you wait for it to pencil out, that's, in theory, that's an option, but it's gonna be expensive. It's gonna have to be expensive units at that point. Then you won't, I mean, it'll be less expensive if we get grant money like we did for Cox Creek, or federally directed spending in order to subsidize the build out of that.
And the other thing that just, one of the other things that we had was, connected communities, we were talking about bike and alternative modes of transportation. But that also takes infrastructure to build that into the existing development, not only the new stuff. The other piece that's happening, Stacy can comment, is often missed in the infrastructure conversation is transit. And as you look to, as development continues and people's, maybe they don't have a vehicle and it's too far to walk or bike, is having that robust transit system. Transit systems are very, very chicken and egg. Do you build it now so that you increase, you're prepared for increased ridership, or do you wait for the ridership to come? Since ridership doesn't come if your routes are an hour between a stop, so it's tough.
Tied to that as well, like we had the part of there for purposeful planning that I think that was trying to draw in the fact that when you're thinking about growth, like you talked about, okay, what does it impact having to do this piece of infrastructure, this connection here, or whatever. But there's also a piece that needs to be talked about is what does that development do to the need for service levels? So what are the impacts of bringing this on board to police, to fire, to our parks, to our library, and what are all of those mechanisms that you may see behind the scenes that aren't necessarily infrastructure that will have to move, and can we support those for that, as part of that growth?
Stacy?
I'll just like add to what Kayla said, I guess describing, extension or even rehabilitation of infrastructure being purposeful and intentional. An example is the Cox Creek interceptor. That was, number one, undersized, so it was a safety issue in the city. We were experiencing sanitary sewer overflows, and then number two, it was a restriction to development. And so councils made a intentional decision to defer maintenance on other perpetual replacement of sewer pipe, and they invested in this large pipe, and it addressed two issues, the safety of the public health, and then also it is going to make development possible instead of interstate pipe.
So that's like a specific example of how do we think about the impacts and services.
And that's looking ahead, right? The development out there, if we use that money like some counties did, or some cities did, by giving bonuses and stuff like that, we would do that project. And is it almost finished, or is it finished now? It's just about finished, not quite?
So a couple things coming up here, there's this piece about infrastructure and maintaining what we have, but then also within growth, it's about infrastructure and how do we project for what we need.
We almost called our purposeful planning, I think that's all we almost called future focus.
Right.
Where it was like,
Okay.
we need to kind of know, not just where we are today, but where we're going, so that we can be really intentional in where we make those investments. Cause something may look really good, in the moment, but if we start looking at what are the developments that are gonna come on board, where are the service impacts gonna be, there may be another option that actually makes a lot more sense. It might cost a little more now, but it makes more sense in the long run, for us. It's that ROI, somebody's at ROI.
Other thoughts around growth, in managing growth, balancing growth?
I think we need guys to tell our story to the community as well as those outside the state. The community needs to know what's going on, what we're projecting out in the future.
Yeah.
Because if we keep it from them, we're gonna blindside the folks. So being transparent and intentional about communicating for the community meetings, social media, our communication staff does a great job about putting stuff out there. And more than just one way of getting it out there. There's less pushback if they know 5 years in advance, and then talk about it the whole time before the vote starts.
I don't know if this thought falls under like the communication, telling the story side of things, or if it's in a planning side, or maybe all of the above, but it's like recognizing different like defining what growth means, recognizing different types of growth, and how they have different impacts on the system, like one industrial user versus this, you know, the same acreage but with X number of apartments looks very different. And growth within our urban growth boundary and within our city limits, is that something that we are against, for, actively helping to happen, or, and then infill, like we have a lot of upper floor residences in our downtown especially that aren't being used, so there's like infill type of growth versus, and promoting that over sprawl.
To Sophie's point, I think we have to acknowledge that not everybody in the city thinks that growth is a good thing. That's not an accepted principle.
Yeah, I was going to ask the council about how do you guys want to frame this conversation about growth to the community? Because you are going to have people who will tell you through a strategic planning engagement process, I don't want to see any growth. And it's fine for people to say that those are their feelings. That's a valid thing, but you as counselors know that that's zero growth is not possible. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are on what would be an acceptable way from the council's vantage point to have this conversation around growth. How do you want to frame it up for the community? Michael, about some of your comments earlier about growth, what would feel acceptable to you?
No, you're right. It quickly becomes, if you say slow down growth, well, somehow during this phase with SB 100, we grew. We grew during all that.
You guys grew during a lot, yeah.
And it's a matter of slow, well-managed growth. That's the question. And I realize that the state's going in different directions as far as neighborhoods, but you know, it's going to frame the discussion. I don't know. The discussion is getting better, I think, in later times from the city, because the city has acknowledged, in terms of middle housing, the city was involved in legislation of the state that kind of changed the focus of the middle housing bill 21/2001. There's a later updated version of it. We were involved as a city, involved in that most recent adoption, and I think that's where the city should be, and the city should have been during 2001, instead of telling everyone, hey, we can't do anything. We're helpless. We are helpless to create. We can't wave a magic wand. We can't. I guess in local control, but we can make some decisions. We can push back on the state if we want to. That's the question. Do we want to, or do some of us like HB 2001? I mean, that's the ultimate decision. I don't know how to frame that. I mean, I'll frame to the public that in my perfect world, we'd be showing the public that we are pushing for the best outcome at the state level that has managed growth, the kind of growth that they expect, the kind of growth that the people who grew up right here and who live in this area in this time expect.
Okay.
And that's how I see it.
Okay, so you're thinking about from like pushing from the legislature.
Well, yeah, because the state is a big player in that. We do have less local control. That's a fact. That's true. I don't dispute that.
Yeah, based on current regulations, you can't have zero growth. Just like not.
Yeah.
You don't have that control as a city.
Well, something bothers me about it. You could have zero growth. You could have negative growth.
You could have negative
There are
growth.
places in the Midwest that are urban.
Yeah.
You can't have zero change. You're always going to have change. Is it positive change or negative change? But the growth thing is kind of determined by factors that are beyond your control. I suppose you could put a sign up at the board saying, nobody come in. Well, what would that do to the rest of your home?
Yeah.
Growth is gonna happen whether we want it to or not, and I think that, we need to control what we can control, and, that may be the type of growth that happens, where it happens, how it happens, what we can control, we should control.
Okay, so maybe framing it, like, we know growth is gonna happen, and from a community perspective, we'd like to know what, like, sustainable, manageable growth looks or feels like to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Marilyn, what are your thoughts on how to frame this conversation around growth for the community?
Begin with accepting that it is happening and it's been happening as long as all these been here. There were slow times and there have been fast times, but accept it and plan for it. We've done a lot of very good area plans and are following those as much as we can. When we have inquiries about big things that might happen, we usually get a good amount of lead time to consider what we need to do to help that along or to redirect it or reshape it in some way. I'm struck by the number of complaints that we get about growth from people who just moved here, you know, in the last 5 or 10 years.
You are the growth.
I moved here, and as I came, I closed the gates behind me.
Right,
Sorry,
right.
nobody else.
And then I
We're all
had 5
full.
children, and then I told my friends back in Indiana, you ought to come out here. And they did. It happens. So growth comes in all shapes and sizes, and we just need to accept it. It's gonna happen. They love it for the same reason we love it here,
Yeah.
and go with it. Get out ahead of it.
Okay. Amici, how are you feeling about this? Anything you would add or anything different for, as far as how we frame this conversation around growth for the
No, I
community?
really like, Marilyn's point of view. We've had several conversations about growth in this community, and as someone who came from a much larger city, I actually am a big fan of growth. I think that it just, I think historically some people, again, the image of what Albany used to be, and it cannot get past that. And that is a huge, blocker. It's a huge, stumbling block for people to actually be able to see what Albany could be, right? What Albany has the potential to live up to. And I think if, like she said, the same things we love about Albany, people who come here and visit and sometimes never leave and stay, they also love it. And I think we have to do a better job of, talking about the positive pieces of growth instead of focusing on the negative pieces. And even with the negative pieces, some people are just resistant to change, regardless, whether it's in their home or on their job or in the community. They're just resistant. It's in their DNA, unfortunately, to just be resistors. And while that is good in some ways, it's also a hindrance to, again, the potential that our city has. And if we continuously dwell on things in the past, we won't get far, and we do have to get ahead of it. We do have to be in front of it, being able, or we're gonna see this type of thing reoccur again, trying to keep up, versus now we have an opportunity to get ahead of it.
Okay.
So I think really framing that historical piece and encouraging and talking about the good things about growth.
Okay.
But also being alert about why people don't want growth. Some people just negative.
And I think you'll hear some of that. Right. Steph, what are your thoughts? Anything you'd like to add to as far as this framing growth conversation?
I still think that growth needs to pay for itself. That's really a big sticking point for me, and I know for my constituents as well. So just maximum SDCs, or at a better rate. We're a great place to build, we're in a great location. There's a demand for it. I think that we need to stop shortchanging ourselves. We're a great community and we shouldn't be, subsidizing, and which then in turn hurts some of our programs and our budget at the city level. We're already working uphill with, against Measure 5, Measure 50, and things that have been stagnant for so long.
So, I see this growth as a positive change, it's growing our tax base. And one of my goals when I got elected mayor was the Housing Affordability Task Force, which we ran, and we implemented those things. Tiered SDCs, which are revenue neutral, not losing money or making money on it, it's revenue neutral. I also believe that the CET we put in, and also the deferral of the SDCs to certificate of occupancy is going to generate more housing in middle market, low end, high end. But one thing I think is that people are afraid to change, and that's understandable. But I ask people to come along with me. Let's have conversations about change. And I'm in a very unique position because over 75% of my clients are over the age of 65. And so when they ask about change, if they ask about what's going on in the city, I sit down with them and show them, share it with them. I encourage them to watch our city council meetings, and they inform me on the things that they like and what they don't like. And so I think that the city of Albany is growing. It was back in the first 25 years I was here, and now it's moving and people are building. And one of my clients bought a house for herself. She sold her house in Albany and bought a house for her granddaughter. The tears in that involvement and that engagement was amazing because two people were happy because they were able to buy a home and have them both be paid off. That's positive change. That's giving a young family an opportunity to grow wealth over time. Any opportunity I can to provide that, I feel good about it. Now, it's going to be hard for some folks to adjust to change, but not only housing, but we're actually actively recruiting businesses to come here to bring high wage jobs, to bring living wage jobs. As council, our job is as the ambassadors for the city is not to stop growth, not to overgrow, but to grow at an ample rate. And I think we're doing that right now. We have businesses coming here, gravel sports, they're already breaking ground, they're moving dirt, we have other companies that are coming here. The Campus Laboratories bought from WR Grid Site. Things are happening, and I'm just pretty excited about it. It's fun to be part of the team doing that with this great staff.
Did I get everybody? Did I miss anyone? All right. So some thoughts there on how we frame up this conversation around growth. We tied in here this connected community and vehicle and pedestrian transportation, because there's, I think it fits into these two categories. What about, let's talk about economic development. I want to tell the story. I feel like it's a lot of things. So just one here for a moment. Let's talk about economic development. So we've got business retention and expansion. There's some barriers to industrial development. We're interested in incubator space for startups. And, this is very specific, but related to economic development. Anything else on how there's definitely a strong theme here around economic development. Any specific questions or things you want to inquire about with the community when it comes to economic development? How we foster a strong economy?
So for me, corporations come to me. And they come to me to gauge my enthusiasm around businesses coming to town. And what I do is I take that business, I show them the city, I drive around with them, and then I take them to Sophie, and I walk away. because from that point on, Sophie's the one that does the engagement on phone calls. And the CEO just calls and says, Sophie's doing a great job, I'm really enjoying working with her and Peter and Matthew Rutgers. So when the CEOs call me, they meet with me, we have coffee, they share their vision, the comments laboratory said, showed me what they really wanted to do. And I took them down to City Hall, Peter and I made the introduction, we walked out the road, right? And the signs are open in the rocket factory and it's up and running. And so for me, I like being out in the forefront, because I want people to know Albany's a great place to bring their business and a great place to your families to be here.
If you could ask businesses anything about what attracts them or prevents them, would you guys be interested in that? Is that something are questions we wanna ask?
The guy that brought Jackson, Oliver brought those two facts, two red dealerships here, he told me, so when you said, I heard you in the campaign saying, if you win, you open for business, he brought two car dealerships within a road for it. He's right off I-5 where he needs to be.
Okay, so we wanna frame this conversation up, we want people to know Albany's a great place to do business, and we probably wanna ask them about what attracts them or prevents them from coming, why would they go? Are they interested in expanding? What helps, what factors into that for them? Okay? Alicia?
I'm sorry, I'm also thinking like, what attracts them, but like, do they plan to hire within the community? Because I think that that's important to know, if they plan to employ folk living here already. Like job projections, I think.
Well, and if not, why not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Great Fever School, LEC.
Kim, I saw your hand fire up, and I was like, guys.
And with that, what does their community engagement look like? For example, on the event side, you rely on sponsorship dollars for a lot of it. That's kind of dried up in the past few years, but in the prior, there was this real pride of some of our local communities saying we are a proud supporter of, and we are essentially bankrolling some of these projects. And so, once again, it's all about me and Parks and Recreation, but like, what is their interest in like showing their community support, and how are they going? It doesn't have to be river, those are Northwest Art and Air, but how are they going to get out there and connect with their community and reinvest in the non-traditional ways?
Yeah, so if we get an audience of some businesses together, say for a focus group or something, we wanna know how can we get your business more engaged in the community, and are there any barriers to that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like what attracts you or prevents you from being more engaged? Yeah. Marilyn, and then Marsha and Kayla too, right?
It's time to renew the discussion of a business registry. We are so open for business that we don't have a business license, we don't have a business registry. You can set up shop and do almost anything you want in this town, and nobody knows what's going on behind the doors. Until they first get in there trying to put out the fire, or pick somebody up off of the ground from behind the cash register with a gun in their face. So,
No, I'm serious.
I'm seriously, it is time for all of you to act like a grown-up city and have a business registry. Small fee, annual fee, let us know what you're doing. We can help you find out if you're gonna do it in the right place, and get the process started, so we're all squared up at the start, and everybody's a success and everybody's safe.
Okay.
I came from a city that was overinvested in tech development, Microsoft in particular, and it very quickly became very one-sided and changed the landscape of who could afford to live there and what the city was all about. So a diverse economic attractive.
How do we attract a diverse?
Yeah, we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Kayla, what were you gonna add?
So I have two things. One is to, I'm gonna do a little bit more off of what Kim said. I know these are focused right now, like an economic focus group, but on the flip side of how does the businesses see being engaged in the community? When we're out engaging the residents, residents, I think it would be good to know what residents see as like a good community partnership, like what do they expect from businesses that are you know, invested in the community, because it may look very different. And then the other thing that I was gonna say alongside that is, a question I would ask is what can we do, or what are you looking for, or what might be missing from Albany that will help you to continue to attract and retain good talent to keep those businesses here in Albany? That's a pretty significant conversation I know we're having organizationally, and I think it's happening across the board in a lot of industries of like how do we navigate this mass wave of retirement, the baby boomers exiting, in order to continue to operate and function.
Yeah. To build on that a little bit, in terms of marketing this location for businesses, I think LBCC is a partner that we should take more advantage of, or try to work more closely with in terms of trying to advance that workforce or create that workforce.
In the same token, because a lot of LBCC programs do get cut, it's probably not best to put all of our eggs in one basket, because we can have a program one year and literally the next year, because of budgets, whole programs have been wiped out. So that is great, but we gotta also think of other, can't put all our eggs in one basket.
So like OSU and expand.
Yep. LBCC.
And what else? Who else did you say, Amicia?
Huh?
Who else did you say then?
I said, cause yeah, LBCC cut programs. I
LBCC.
mean,
I thought you mentioned
I think
that.
our wastewater program got cut or something like that, and it was like a huge thing, and that left a huge hole in the city. And as far as I know, we ain't talking about that program coming back.
Okay.
It's very needed.
It is. Tell the person.
Kayla mentioned asking companies about what type of trends in workforce they're seeing, how we can help with that pipeline. Another one would be asking about their supply chain and what gaps there are in their supply chain that we can help recruit to be here. Okay.
I'm gonna ask her a question, because I think it was Stephanie that said earlier, I think she said something about wanting to raise that like, average income and it be a little bit more of this like higher paying job. Is that the general direction that like council is looking for, or is it more reinvesting in the industries we have? Like what's that feel? Cause that looks different and depending on what you're looking for.
Well, I was gonna say, not from the council perspective, I do wanna hear that, but from a statewide perspective, a lot of the states and local incentives rely on job creation as kind of the primary metric for public benefit. The state is going through a kind of audit of their incentive programs, and so we've been part of those conversations, and during those conversations it has shifted from just a job creation number as a metric to type of job and living wage, benefits, work-life balance, that sort of thing. And that's partly in the face of automation and all of these changes in technology, but also just kind of a shift in trends in workforce. So, Kayla, to your point, that's a conversation that I think is happening statewide, of not just like creating X number of jobs, but types of jobs, specifically looking at higher wages.
Matt?
I was just gonna add off, I know the figure that was said earlier was like 50,000, but the median household income in Albany is 73,000. So, you know, a little bit of a difference.
Okay.
We've had concerns for years about our limited industrial land supply, big industrial land, and that has been limited by wetlands. That's a big concern. We've just applied for a grant for an updated wetland inventory. That might change the picture a little bit, but regulations like that limit how we can use land that's just sitting there begging for an occupant. That's a concern.
You can do some, it is allowed to do some like wetlands mitigation, right?
Right.
There's like things you can do to make that land.
Yeah.
But it's expensive.
Very.
Right. Okay.
It's one of those where if we were like, hey, we really wanna focus on industrial, that would look very different because you're never gonna make it pencil out for the developer and that would require like significant public investment. If we were to be like, that's where we're going guns blazing for the type of jobs we wanna have.
Okay. So I think this is a good start as far as questions, I think, to start to figure out what people want, and then, yeah, that's kind of getting into the how of things, but this is, I think, from a starting point. Okay, do we wanna try to tackle one more, or do you guys wanna take we're 4 minutes away from a break?
Use the 4 minutes.
Let's do it, okay, great neighborhoods. We only had, this was one area, I'm not sure, I know this was like a prominent theme in, as far as like how things were organized in the previous strategic plan. And we talked in the earlier discussions, like historically, we talked about housing booms. We talked about in our current context map, like this need for different types of housing, affordable housing at every level. But when we think about great neighborhoods, is.
But also under that, if you look at the actual strategic plan, that's not looking at affordable housing, or anything wrong with
Yeah.
it on the lease that.
Okay.
That's why I wrote it down.
Are the other groups in agreement with that? Are there some questions we wanna ask the community that we wanna inquire about when it comes to neighborhoods or housing?
I can think of one. We've given a lot of focus to new neighborhoods, making sure that new neighborhoods are great. And I live in what is now an old neighborhood. It was a new one when I moved there. And the things change over time. Properties become neglected, landscaping becomes overgrown, sidewalks break up, streets, I need I say more. And the neighborhood isn't so, some of the older neighborhoods are not as great as they used to be. What's great about them are the people who live there and still support each other and so on. But how do we keep great neighborhoods great?
Yeah, I just put how do we preserve and maintain?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of those things, if you're walking on it, or you're driving on it, or you're flushing into it, if you can't see it, you don't think about it.
Yeah.
And you get so used to being in a certain part of town and seeing things as they are, think back about how they were 20 years ago, and it's not the same. And I don't know, it's not the city's responsibility to take care of private property, certainly.
Sure.
But there are parts of it that we can have a role in.
Okay.
Making sure that that infrastructure is still.
Okay, Matthew,
You got
thank you.
roads, and
So when I hear great neighborhoods, I also, it's obviously it's an existing team, but it also, I run this back to the Great Neighborhoods program, which was one of the specific engagement program that was done. That was, I think, wildly successful in kind of providing directions for an existing developer that runs. And that was it's probably one of our best engagement programs that we've done, I would say almost ever.
The popcorn was a big part of it.
Popcorn?
Yeah.
The popcorn and this popcorn machine I keep hearing about?
Oh, no, this is a big bowl of homemade popcorn.
Oh, okay.
We were through that
Yeah,
process, very successful with our own people. So I think that great neighborhood things is even more than just that physical piece, it is like.
It's the engagement piece.
events, culture, yeah.
More than just the physical building.
That's where I was gonna go to with my comment, because one of the things that one of the reasons this came up in our group is this was a hard one, in the last one, it was a theme that was hard for us to really understand what it meant in an execution point from staff. And so I think the key question here is what makes for great neighborhoods, in the first place to residents, because is it what their primary concern, the physical pieces of, is it the connectivity pieces, is it, if we hear from them that they want to, that what makes a neighborhood great is being able to walk somewhere, okay, that's somewhere we need to think about. If we hear from them, it's like the events and things like what Kim's group is planning with music groups moving to neighborhoods. Okay, that's a way to get to that, but what is it that makes a neighborhood great?
Okay.
Well,
all the.
But where should we be focusing? I mean, I think that's probably what's going to extract comments out about public safety, about parks, about community events, general engagement with neighbors is probably where you would hear a lot of those things emerge.
Oh, and a lot of that does come from public infrastructure, connectivity, bike lanes, good
Yeah.
sidewalks.
There'll be stuff here that
emergency
connects back
access.
over to your infrastructure categories,
Yeah.
without a doubt, so it'll be interesting to see. Yeah.
One of the things I think I'm hearing is that wasn't they been able to break, I think when they do the national night out with the fire department and the police department, we go to those communities and have conversations with that community. And they really like to bring food and cakes and barbecue and stuff. So maybe not just national night out, but certain times during the nicer months, let's go as, you know, city council will here, or me and the person, or me and the chief, or me and Peter, and schedule these, be intentional about it. Say, 3 weeks from now, we're gonna be at your park, and we're gonna talk about the next 10 years. And give them an opportunity to come and join us. And if they don't show up, we have a great conversation, go back home. But communities will come out and visit with us.
Bring
I
your,
think
bring your
you
comment.
kind of have to acknowledge too that there are lots of different definitions of great neighborhoods, and some of them are conflicts with each other.
Yeah.
Some people who want bike lanes are conflict with people who don't want
Bike lanes.
traffic. And keep it to vehicles.
Yes.
Increase the flow of traffic. People who like to have lots of room around them don't want to park in them, so that's what it is.
So we're probably likely gonna hear a variety of conflicting things here.
Yeah, more so with great neighbors than any other of those things. I mean, the safe city is pretty, it's not black and white, but it's lower crime, more safety, that's, who argues with that?
Lights on at night.
Healthy economy, who argues, it's hard to argue with that. But great neighborhoods means different things to different people.
Yeah, it gets to the quality of life definition.
For some people, a great neighborhood is just what they can afford.
Carolyn?
So piggybacking on what the mayor was saying, this past summer during Fun in the Park, I tried to go to almost every single Fun in the Park and be there, and be available to talk to residents about what's happening in their community and just to be a city councilor that's available to talk to the residents. And, you know, I had some great conversations with people just sitting in the parks, just chatting with people. So, yeah, like the mayor was saying, just being available in the community, in those areas, in that space.
Okay. Kim, and then we're gonna take a break.
Also, as somebody who's only lived here 6 years, I can only think of like 2 neighborhoods. Like, is there, well, that sounds really silly, that have like an identity associated with them. And you go into a lot of other cities and they have like their own unique flavor and like a certain pride that comes with like living in that part of the
Some of
city.
them have like names.
Yeah,
streets.
and like
Yeah.
banners, all sorts of things. And like, is that something that we as a city would wanna embrace and like have that pride like well up from like the folks who live in that section? Yeah, I don't know.
We used to have signs all over town with the names of the different neighborhoods, and signs pointing out Jackson Sunrise District, so on and so forth, yeah, they were all in town.
Maybe we need to bring it back again.
I can see sunrise signs.
Yeah, they were on the most of them were on the overpass,
Yeah.
or on 99,
Were you
but
gonna
they were
say
still.
something? 'Cause you haven't put your hand up a lot, I saw you put yours up closer.
Well, no, I think when we're talking great neighborhoods, one of the things that I always think about is proximity of services. And maybe I'm just so, fixated on like a grocery store or something.
Stop calling.
Tell me more. I think that, I think that's a piece of it, is that, how available are resources near you? Are you having to drive 15 minutes to get someplace, or do you have someplace 5 minutes down the road?
Can't the city doesn't build grocery stores.
Apparently not.
But
But I don't know that I could do a strategic plan without a request for a grocery store, and for sure do public engagement without somebody telling me about how they want a Costco or a Trader Joe's, so.
I talked to Walmart food, I talked to Walmart grocery, I talked to Trader Joe's, and I talked to, Safeway's not gonna build anything out there. I even talked to Winco, they said, you need this many doors for us to consider.
All right, let's take what do we got scheduled, a 10-minute break, and we're gonna wrap up these last few comments here and then talk about engagement and then get you guys on your way. So
Food coloring.
Snackies.
A little bit of food coloring.
Okay.
Okay, we need everyone to be at their seats so that we can do this together. You might have a viral moment, but it's also just gonna give us the energy burst we need to get through the rest of the class.
Yes.
I have faith in you guys.
Yeah.
And Sarah, it is 88 minutes, okay? 88 minutes. Okay, Sarah, let's just not add time.
No.
Where's Peter? It's about half.
Feel time?
I saw him go through that one.
You wanna do that door? Okay, the door of privilege.
Come here.
I couldn't get in there earlier.
Sasha was trying to remind the group soon of their mission and grab other groups. Locked behind that door. I can't do it.
He's what? Every door in this place is locked behind a door. That makes sense, but yeah. It's like, oh, okay, we got there. Okay, go here.
So those are now referred to as the doors of privilege.
Yeah.
Not allowed back.
Run, Peter, run!
You are late.
Okay, just while they're.
My fault.
Okay.
We should have all framed
We
them
can't do
left
this
and
for
turned on the
everybody.
lights.
And I will just tell you, there is, I don't think we have a client who's got the best one yet. Hermiston did kill it. They killed it at the wave. All right, you guys are gonna do the wave, okay? So, Sasha, do you wanna explain to them all how this works?
All right, so for those of you that know what the wave is, and I say that nicely because some people don't, we're not waving, we are waving. So if you've been to a sporting event ever in your life, you've done the wave. If you haven't, I'm sorry, you're gonna do it now, okay?
Everyone see butts off the seats, no just raising your
Yeah.
hand.
With
Full
a
body.
demonstration, what does
Scoot back.
it look like? And what's fun about it, it looks like a wave on the ocean because we do it sequentially. And so
Yes.
Sasha will run around and she will be filming your wave so that we can
Don't trip on
document
cords.
how awesome you are. And you guys will do it and we'll go around one time
And we're gonna go back.
and then back.
Yeah, so.
Remember the theme, take the lead, we have to be Hermiston, you said?
Hermiston. You're gonna be Hermiston.
Wallace
Be
was
better
a
than
second.
Hermiston.
Wallace
So,
didn't have a
you're
second.
second.
I'm gonna be starting with that.
Are you ready? You're
Yeah, everybody get ready. Give her up.
I was like, I was like,
Yeah, you sit yourself.
I'm gonna start on this side of the room, okay? So I'm gonna go this way,
Okay.
and I'm gonna like,
Yeah,
okay?
Don't
And then
trip,
I'm going
don't
this way.
trip.
I know, we're gonna stay away from cords, okay?
liability.
I'm ready, are you ready?
Yes.
We're ready.
Ready.
Okay. Full body movements, people, and verbal, and then the audible in your way.
Okay. All right, ready?
1, 2, 3, go!
All right, now bring it back. Bring it
As he falls down the stairs.
All right, you guys will find that there on the SSW Instagram page, and we'll make sure Matt gets it if you want to repost it. Excellent job at the wave.
I think we should have started with that and ended with that.
So Matt, that was live streamed too, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know what? You gotta keep the energy levels up if you're gonna get some really good inspiration. and
You know,
good
people are
stuff.
gonna come up to us now and sleep in the
Yeah,
streets. Like,
we've had lunch, we've had cupcakes.
they just wish that they were this awesome.
Peter, that was
Yeah.
kind
We
of.
have positions open available online. Go check us out.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly right. Join this team.
Go
That's
to
exactly right.
albanyoregon.gov/job.
Friendly group, look at them waiting.
That's exactly right.
Similarity to Life Alert commercials. Whoa.
Older than all of them.
All right, guys, we have, I feel like there's one more category in here that we really need to zero in on, and then there's a couple of these that I feel like could overlay into multiple categories, but we'll check into that. The partnership one I have a hunch it could overlay, but let's talk first about this engagement piece. So we talked about, we need to do a better job of telling our story. We know that there's division of ideology. There's a theme around you need to educate people on what sort of services the city offers. So I'm curious about, what sort of questions, what's our theme here is in my mind around like engagement and telling the story. And so what are some of the questions that we want to inquire about through this process?
What is the level of understanding of like what it takes for the city to provide services?
Okay.
Cause that sustainability question mark one over there was largely about the behind the scenes stuff that it takes to deliver the financial, the people, the systems, the technology. I don't think a lot of people understand how complex it is.
I don't think people realize either how many regulations and mandates and different things we have, and so it's not as easy, you know, if we were a private company being able to do these things. There's a lot more red tape or things that we have to kind of jump through in order to get things done.
And, you know, and also, people don't understand, they see the budget, they think, well, don't just take it here, put it over here, they don't understand we can't do that.
Right.
And Sarah, to the process of telling the story, there are at least two complicated factors. One is the relative decline of local newspapers, and the other is the rise of social media and unreliable sources of information.
Yeah. So where are people getting their
Who's
information?
telling the story?
Yeah.
And how?
Or who's spinning the story. That gentleman mentioned that in that workshop as well.
Yeah, just rise in social media. And then decline of local newspapers. Doesn't social media have like ethics that they're supposed to abide by?
Yes.
The social media groups particularly.
That's so hilarious.
I just had to throw it out there. It's the end of the day, it's Friday, I've had a lot of workshops this week. Yeah, what were you gonna say?
I was just saying, like, the social media group, the groups on social media, like, the little site.
The community groups.
Yeah, like, a lot of that, I'm not in them, but, like, some people, I don't wanna be. It's too many questions, they gotta ask you before they let you in, like, what are we doing? So, you know, I don't wanna, that's a lot, but I think that it has a lot to do with it. Some of that stuff is invalid, it's wrong, it's misheard, and it's being cycled and recycled and turned around and spread out, and it's incorrect information, it's inaccurate.
That's actually the reason I am in those groups, because I try to help educate about what's actually going on and answering the questions that people have and answering factually, getting them the links and the information that they need. So that's it's interesting that you mentioned that, because we do opposite things for the same reason.
Yeah, I'm not in there because I don't wanna be a target either. Sometimes when you're in those groups, you can become a target, and I don't wanna be dealing with that.
It's a tricky space.
Yeah, it is, so I just rather not, I'm just put it out on my social media what the truth is and direct people that way. But it's good you are an insider in that way, yeah.
I think that's a great space to ask a question around like, what are the truths that they've heard about the city? Like, what have they heard? Because whether it's truth or not, if it's a perception, that perception creates a reality. So understanding like what residents think are true about the government or the city, like if you ask them what they think, or and alongside that, a better understanding of like, we always ask the question on surveys like, what's your preferred method of communication, blah blah blah. But I would be more interested in knowing like what stories or pushes that we've done have they actually seen or remember, because that would tell us a little bit better about where the telling the stories part was working, or what kind of messaging is more amenable or connects more with people. I guess also, what do they want to know? Probably a key question there.
And so the content, when you have fun with it to try to present it in a more meaningful way, then you feel immediately guilty, because it's like, well, those are our tax dollars and you're wasting it on being silly and frivolous. You're like, no, we're trying to like sell it in a way that is more like engaging, instead of just like typing words, you know, and just leaving it at that, we're trying to like bring people in, but some folks say that that's.
I've seen those comments like, this is what that's what I mean by like that, I just, yeah.
But effective storytelling, I mean, let's just talk about that for a second. Effective storytelling is a way to build community trust.
Sure.
And you can't effectively deliver service or do anything for that matter if you don't have the trust of your community. So to be like behind the times and how you communicate doesn't really financially make a lot of sense because it does not help to instill trust in anything. So, I don't know. Like there's a great TED talk, I think it's called The Antidote to Apathy or something, and it's like, have you guys seen this? It's, I can't remember who the speaker is, but he talks about like if Nike tried to sell a pair of shoes the way, like local government tries to talk about land use, like they would never sell any shoes. And like you have to find a way to like engage people and get them to care and to get them involved and just doing communications the way it's always been done when the communications landscape like has changed so much. It just does not make sense anymore in today's world.
You clearly haven't seen my presentation, I said.
I clearly haven't. I do feel, that TED Talk's a little old, so Kat probably hasn't had time to catch up and see all the innovative things you're doing. Okay. So what kind of information do you want? Maybe what stories have people seen? What's the current perception? How are we educating it within those community groups? Where do people get information? How are we informing them about budget stuff? What's their current level of understanding like what it takes to deliver city services? Anything else about engagement or storytelling? These kind of the things that will help inform us from a strategic planning perspective.
I didn't give them enough time, so you schedule it in advance enough that the most amount of people can show up, but also tell them what you're gonna tell them. Like, tell them what you're gonna tell them, show them, tell them, and they can ask the questions, they all have questions. They should show up to hear about infrastructure, what the hell does that mean to me, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about infrastructure for our water system, so it becomes very specific questions, and try to get the right people to come.
I think also what's important, you just said the right people, the same people keep coming. So we have to do something about getting new people, so maybe having different time slots or more accessibility for folks to come. I don't know, some type of childcare, something that people can actually make it. It's the same people that continuously come, and it's kind of like they're gatekeepers of what is happening. Like.
Yeah, maybe understanding what are the barriers.
Yeah, like if you have people who have, been here for 30 years and they continue to come, so they know they are where they are with it. And then sometimes people who've been here for 5 or 10 years, they may not know that these community conversations are happening. Where do they find this information? They thought it was here, it wasn't there. So we gotta get the people who don't come. I'm interested in the people that we don't hear from, not from the people we always hear from.
Well, in that regard, it's also a shift then from not always assuming that we have to put something together that people are going to come to.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most successful things that Matt's team has been doing, I think Charlie got to see this firsthand, is when you're going out to events where people already are and having some of those difficult conversations in those spaces. I'm gonna pick on Chris Bailey, who's gone already, but like she said something coming back. Yeah, she's listening. She came back from one of the Fun in the Park events and mentioned something. I'm gonna butcher it, but she had mentioned something about for a long time people really not wanting to go out and talk about those things at those events because you hear back so much negativity. But they actually had a really positive experience in having, and then Matt's group is experiencing that too. So I think being less afraid to go to those events and have those conversations where people are.
That actually works. We very intentionally do our popular events at the Albany Farmers Market, which is not a normal contact point for those events. And so we have conversations with people that come to Albany that don't live in Albany that are kind of curious. And I think we go twice a year, and that's been very successful for us. We're meeting people where they're at.
Alright, so if we can answer all these questions, I think we'll be able to build a pretty solid strategic plan.
Heck, yeah.
That's right, Ken.
Yes.
You bet we can. Okay, the only thing we didn't cover here is, I feel like this could be a question in all of these areas about leveraging partnerships.
Yeah.
Thoughts about that? Of like, this could be a question everywhere, like infrastructure, how are we leveraging partnerships? Growth, how are we leveraging partnerships? Economy, same. Neighborhoods, same. Engagement, same thing.
Well, and I think it also goes, cause there's like three sitting in the middle too, from sustainability, take the lead.
Yeah, I was thinking these are kind of like vision themes of like, if some, in the vision, that we'll have a revamped vision statement as part of this. And yes, I didn't talk about that, I stuck these in the middle because all of these things should contribute to the livability of your community and quality of life. I think all of these things might help inform this element of sustainable systems that you were kind of touching on. And then this is definitely a visionary thing to put up here, is like Albany wants to be a place where we're taking the lead. We're not just reacting to things that are happening to us, but I heard you guys say you want to be leaders.
Yeah.
Yeah?
We are.
We are leaders. We want to be recognized as leaders. Okay. And we want to figure out how to leverage partnerships. Okay? So how should we make sure the question list around it?
Sarah,
Get
isn't
that,
the-
if there's partner.
I put them on all the ways.
Isn't that the difference between the what and the how? What you wanna be or what you wanna get to and how you can get there.
This is, yeah, the vision, what we want, this is the destination, the what we want to
Partnerships
be.
are part of the how you can get there.
Yeah, these don't really go there either. They go in the questions, but I don't have enough. Sasha put it in the notes, but yes, but we'll have partnerships in all of them. It's documented.
So do you roll all these up and take them back to the office and lay them out?
Sasha's already got your notes like
Oh, really?
dialed in.
Sasha,
Except
you rock.
that
You rock,
one.
Sasha.
Except it's gonna be a little work,
But I will have it, so, yes.
but you should see the one she did for this already, it was really cool. So, yeah, that one, there'll be some posted transcription. So you have you'll have the actual photos of it, but then you'll, like I said, you'll also have the digital versions. I think these notes, I don't know, clients seem to find them helpful because it gives you this kind of visual recall to the school experience that you had today, and so.
Well, and like, who was it? You were just taking photos of the boards. You're gonna have these PDFs and you're gonna have them where you can just zoom in on your phone and see everything written down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, are we feeling good about this? These are the topics we're going to engage on through this process. These are some things we're gonna ask about to gather input. We're ready to talk about who we're gonna engage and how we wanna engage them, some goals for engagement. This is the last step. You guys are almost there.
Woohoo!
Yes, we are. And then you're gonna sail right into you're gonna wave yourself right into the weekend. Okay, Sasha, let's just take, if you wanna grab, I don't know if you want a picture of this, but let's just, pull this back, this one, and there's the board on that side. And then you know you're okay. Oh, just gotta maybe no, you just want to, yeah.
I think you put it on as you press it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I will let you know if the one didn't get rid of the bolts back from.
Sure, cause I got an email from like these things have not been shut. This was like a while back though, I think.
Okay, so
No.
next part here, why don't we have you guys just kind of group together
Okay.
and like these two tables, you guys work together. Actually, why don't you all just work together, one big group, and then these two tables and these two tables. And what I want you guys to think about for this engagement is who are some groups maybe that we don't hear from all the time in the community, some stakeholders who may be missing in some of our dialogue that we wanna make sure we try to engage through this process. Who is it important to hear from in this strategic planning process? So maybe come up with a list of like 3 to 4 groups or stakeholders we wanna make sure to engage. And then at least 1 to 2 maybe new ways of engagement. We know, Matt's got the rundown of the tools and the platforms that you have. And, but really try to think of something that you've not seen done before. What would be something cool that you maybe wanna try for, through this strategic planning engagement process? Because we know all the typical things. You guys are doing a community survey. I don't know if you wanna say anything about the survey that's underway. Maybe the council's already talked about it at a meeting. It's underway.
It's underway.
It's underway.
Gonna
It is definitely underway.
Is it underway? You heard it here.
I
It's
heard
underway.
it was underway.
Yeah, like, people are getting it and
Yes.
responding.
And there's
They are.
a statistically valid version of it, and then it
Yes.
also
The
opens
open
up,
participation
and then there's an open participation link.
goes out next week.
Yeah, so that'll be an input into this plan. So you've got that tool that's out there in the universe, and we know that there's like different community events and things that we can go to, and, different focus groups, but like that could be hosted, but what are maybe some tools that you would like to see the city try? Anything different comes to mind. So I want you to take, let's maybe like 7 minutes, talk about identify 3 to 4 stakeholders you hope can be engaged through this process, and then 1 to 2 new ways that you would like to see.
And then think about other jurisdictions you've seen that has done engagement, or if you've gone to conferences recently and seen engagement.
Sure,
check
I don't
that
know.
they've done.
Well,
They're always
I put
doing
one
that.
down.
Oh, I see.
It's good to see. So I think Facebook is like a big deal that we don't necessarily get a chance to talk to when they have a lot of people. And they have a lot of people right there in front of all of them. So I think this one is one of them. And people like take over
When looking at stuff like this, there's super high up and things that are focused on business and operations.
Are you writing this down?
One element that I don't hear enough of, and I knew that. I saw this one generated for only 3 services or renters.
I'm a renter, exactly, and I was so never gonna choose right now, because they don't have the RCC where we wait activities or games and go back to someone else and like,
I don't know how you get that.
I'm a renter, and I actually have, it's gonna be, well, I was like, middle share.
Well, and I was telling
Absolutely, yeah. So that particular element does penetrate the citizens and renters, but in a lot of the dialogue we have on other things. Obviously, some services, street food, those are all property. And you can build consensus on those.
Yeah. And maybe a way to reach them is reaching out to the property managers or hold something where they can engage. Like where I live in, we have residents minorities, they do events each month. I've only been here.
They're always thirsty.
So I think having some onus on the property managers or inviting property managers
social media.
I would say one of the big users of our service is, there are people in community based care facilities, assisted living. I know we're moving for the future, but that generation is very much, they understand this, and so they can share that with their kids and live in the community, and so assisted living and some of the Mennonite Home and Quail Run, all these different places, Yes, and that overarching for them to share, to get that message out to them, and, you know, they filter that down to reiterate with their children, like, hey, this is important, we're part of this process, this is our community. But I can see where they would get missed and say, oh, we're trying to catch the younger generation. They're gonna listen.
Come down with the link, I see it's not.
Yeah, they do, yep, that's a good one.
Oh, boy, do they.
Yep.
Good point.
Yep. What was the second part? Oh, how do we?
Anything else for other
And we know the staff was like,
I was demographic, first grade, elementary school to their facilities. One way or another, not all of their own properties, we're not gonna get all of the outreach. This is not part of the business. So I don't know how you get there. Employment records, tax rolls, how do you get that outreach information? Other than just blanket address.
I would say text messaging. Text messaging is like
A couple of different ways, but I'm not sure if we've done it in the broad
On the text message thing,
oh, yeah.
actually, I can't say agencies, but, the ELN.
Oh, no.
That's how you can sign up for our text messages, and then they'll tell you kind maybe could do something like that for like saving our commission, or not, I'm sorry, but not walk on to
oh yeah, so broadcast, like live.
I really do.
and that goes to like older folks. But they should sign up. You know what I mean? It's not just
Yeah, but even if a doctor said, hey, we're gonna have this coming up, so we'll be on the lookout for, just have it said and then said. Yeah. We got our IT person here, our tech.
So this is
There's
how.
some invasive ways.
Yeah, these are like just different ways of outreaching that outside of community counseling.
One thing maybe about going to meeting them where they are, it's probably
It's so hard. They used to be able to get editorial and reach out
You guys need like 2 more minutes? Does that feel good?
and we have had success. That has been, I've heard so many open rate for it's still more. I think they. Yeah. Actually, no, we already technically.
What do you like those video games?
But it's still
you know, like Call of Duty, yeah, Roblox, yes, Roblox, Fortnite. Like, somehow, like, embed the stuff. It's like, oh my God, yeah.
do it, Albany crafted in Minecraft, just have somebody build that, kind of fun.
Yeah, Minecraft is like Albany craft.
No, we do, it's just not advertised.
No, they had it this time. Oh, that's what they're doing.
Hey, Matt.
But like there is.
Well, it's more, at least right now, but it's Albany, Albany. Yeah, everywhere.
Right?
Yeah. We do. We need to sign up just to,
Is there already a sign up in place?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's, the text stuff is, well, so currently, we've got that for like emergency management. MailChimp, which we've been using, we went weekly with our city. It has an SMS component, they added in now. I kinda wanna try, like, using that because, you know, the reality is a lot of folks appreciate that. Yeah. And now that we have it isolated on that, second.
What sort of ideas? Oh, we got some Post-its from BCA, ready to go.
Girl, we got to get this done.
Yeah, we're on track, you guys, I don't wanna jinx it, I have to say it out loud.
People that we need to reach
Okay,
out to.
listen up. People we need to reach out to. Who do we need to hear
Say
from?
like faith leaders, they
Faith-
have a lot of influence in front of folks, they
Okay.
talk to people.
Yep.
Renters.
Renters.
Get those, and care community.
In care communities, okay. And did you guys have a tool
Yep.
that you wanted to suggest?
Yep. Okay, you said text messaging, that's probably, we probably got that.
Text messaging, okay,
Ooh, thank you. We got a couple of things.
good.
Maybe a counselor could say at the end, like broadcast, like, hey, we have this survey coming out, please make sure you be on the lookout. Like,
Okay.
physical.
Maybe you guys do the wave and you hold up
Exactly.
signs. And you hold up your signs of
Yes.
take this. Yeah, I like it. Okay.
We said incorporate into like school assemblies if we can.
Okay.
And then we said video games, like we shouldn't get into the video games, like Minecraft, Albanycraft.
There's actually
Albany, Albany, I have that, yeah.
Alright.
They pick the streets and then we tell them where to be, Albanycraft, you know.
That'll educate the public.
Educate the public, get the youth involved, and it'll be, just gotta find somebody to design. What design?
What with all the free time we have?
Okay.
Oh, we said also engage the youth all the way, sorry.
Oh.
That was our other one. Youth all the way from elementary to community.
Okay.
All the way.
Great. Who wants to report out next? You guys wanna go? Caitlin, or this group wanna go?
Sure.
Yeah, Mary.
So for the stakeholders, we talked about neighborhood and other groups. Anything to any of the underrepresented populations, which
Okay.
gaps, so our school district.
Okay.
And then the kind of age group that we missed a lot of is age groups 25 to 45.
Okay.
Or somewhere in there is just kind of looking at right now. Like I said, that's kind of the age.
Yeah, okay. Sure, yes, Mary.
As far as engagement tools, the FACT program, which I think they do a lot of, there's gaps.
It's basically the social service program.
Okay.
They work closely, they have a good issue with underrepresented groups.
Great. Okay.
Non-English speakers and stuff.
Excellent.
And then, really like the police department now for their social media, it's been really effective in providing education, getting information out there. And then also just going to other events, whether it be our own city special events or other partner events.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you guys. All right, is this group ready? Kayla,
Yes,
ready?
yeah.
You got it.
I'll transcribe all of the things. So groups that we noted, startup entrepreneurs, young parents, and then the 18 to 25.
Okay.
And then as far as, ideas that we had, continue the If I Were a Mayor contest. We have the, I'm sticking together. Youth advisory or spots, youth advisory or spots on groups and commissions. I totally butchered that one. Events at the park and the library, standing office hours at a public location such as Margin, another restaurant, etc. And then make it fun. Hot ones, local government therapy, city rant, or change my mind booth.
Okay.
Ooh.
What's hot ones?
Hot ones?
Hot ones.
Oh, Kayla can tell you all about them.
Where you eat increasingly spicy wings. Well, it's a web show where he interviews celebrities on the web show while they're eating increasingly spicy wings.
Okay.
Well, we've done it with city managers. We did it with our trivia this year, and it could be just, it's like just being fun and relevant to like the cultural things that people are actually tuned into.
Okay.
Your hot topics in this case could be like the different theme areas.
Sure. Okay. I love it. All right. It's all up here. Thank you. This group, what do you guys have? We didn't make posts. That's okay. I can write. Okay. Have Margaret. What are your stakeholders?
We talked about engaging with the youth in our community, high schoolers, and our Hispanic population.
Okay.
And we were talking about meeting them where they are, finding out where they are, and engaging them on their terms.
Okay.
The Hispanic Advisory Committee, forming Latinos and local government.
We even talked about doing some sort of engagement like at the library as they're coming in to the library, you know,
Okay.
facilities and not necessarily having something big and formal, but something that they can do kind of on their own time, potentially.
Okay. We forgot the right one on ours. We also did puppies and planning. Anything planning related would be much better with puppies.
Anything is planning.
Anything local government with puppies is better. Puppies.
Okay.
And library funds. Okay. Okay. This group? You guys are the last group, right?
We are.
Okay.
We have historically had a problem connecting with the Latino community. That's been a problem for a long time. Have had some success with meeting them at church.
Okay.
At the church
Oh,
on
good.
Sunday. And there's LBCC's Welcome Center is another good place to connect.
Okay.
Young families, the super young families, teens and very young, in their twenties have an organization supporting them now called Young Roots Oregon. They have asked us to share information with them, and then young families go to Fun Park, and we go there too.
Great.
An enormous part of our population are seniors, many of them in senior living communities, such as the Mennonite Village. They're always hungry for programs. And if you're lucky, you'll get invited to the men's breakfast. The food is terrific, and they make great connections there. The Riverfront Community Center, aka Albany Senior Center, long ago, still attracts a mature crowd, and that's a great place to catch them while they're sitting there having coffee. And then there's the secret society of seniors who lunch at various restaurants, and they are willing to talk to you while they're lunching. And so that's an untapped sort of unscheduled thing unless you're in the know. Rogers.
Rogers. Definitely Rogers.
Cascade Grill on Tuesdays, and
Yeah.
when they have the
Elmer.
country style tomato soup, the place is packed for lunch. And then,
Soup, ramen in the ground.
there are plans for a street maintenance toolkit to explain various funding sources and how the streets got to be as horrible as they are, to be prepared for staff to begin with and for electeds to take with us wherever we go, to share with friends and strangers. If the gas tax is ever scheduled for a vote, there will be a cutoff period when staff can't talk anymore, but the rest of us can. And so that's in the works to explain one of our most important unsolved problems.
Great, thank you. All right, does this prompt any other ideas as we hear all of these being added?
I made promises that.
Stakeholders are maybe civic organizations, Kiwanis, Rotary,
NAACP.
yeah, NAACP, all the
Sorry, what is that?
NAACP.
Yeah.
The National
National Association.
for Advancement of Power.
So the civic works. And you guys probably participate, have like city reps who participate in some of these groups? Yes. Yeah, okay. All right, any other ideas? Matt, can we build a communications and engagement strategy?
We don't have enough stuff,
What's
sorry.
that?
We need more stuff.
I mean, we have the traditional stuff, plus we have these ideas to explore, so.
For people who still go to the post office, and there are a number of us that do that, the line is always long and slow.
Yeah, do you know, that's actually a really good point, Marilyn, because we're gonna be doing some engagement around the holiday time, and so that's really an excellent thought.
Well, one of the things that the staff does really, really well is that, like, at the business extravaganza and the different home shows, there's always a Parks and Rec or Matt's there with seeing all inclusive, probably have a booth there. People come by and engage and have conversations. We're getting out and doing those events like that.
Oh, the community events,
Yeah.
yeah.
With it being around the holidays too, I wonder if it would be good, especially with young families coming up several times, to like pops up a booth or something literally at the carousel to like direct them all.
Yeah, I don't know where Santa hangs out in Albany, but I would be,
We could probably make Santa.
I bet if Santa was hanging out somewhere, there'd be a group of families that those young parents we
I
don't
mean,
hear
if we can
from.
turn things around quickly, we have city Halloween coming up.
Yeah, that's true.
So one more thing that Kim just reminded me of, Girl Scouts has a democracy badge. And I've helped with that, I've helped with that, so
We could bring them in and engage them, have them
Yeah.
fill out a survey, tell us what they want, and then they have a badge out of it.
We recently posted.
There's a whole
Boys
thing
and
that
Eagle
has to
Scouts.
do.
Yeah, we're the Eagle Scouts.
Yeah.
Citizenship, yeah, citizenship.
Yeah,
We had our Girl Scout troop come and lead the Pledge of Allegiance at a council meeting
Yeah.
before, and they sat and listened, and it was very interesting.
Just an idea, I started.
Yes, one of the troops
I
called me all
started
the
this with the
time.
chamber at Gresham, we did letters to Santa, we just put up boxes around the community where people could do letters to Santa. You could do a template that's like what I want from Santa, but also what I love about Albany or what I want to see for the future of Albany, where they can fill that out and then submit it to City Hall and it goes to Santa.
But like what I want our community leaders to know.
Yeah, like you could break it up like Santa, what do I love about Albany?
And
like,
what do your parents want from?
A two.
What are your parents
Okay, Matt, so you wrote that in as a page.
Okay, so we're gonna leverage some of these holiday opportunities.
We could wrap packages for free as long as you listen to us.
We're gonna go slow.
Yeah, we're gonna go slow.
Can you hand me that tape? Does anybody know where the scissors are? Okay, and you guys did a tree lighting event, right? Tree lighting, do you guys do a tree lighting?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, okay. So
Yes.
ask me
Sounds
about
very-
Huh?
What about it?
Oh, yeah, in Hermiston, when we were doing their plan a while back, they did their tree lighting event, and we had, we used this space, we partnered with a local church, and that was nearby where the tree lighting was happening, and we had just kind of this big open space, and we just set up tables, and I'm not kidding, we got swarmed, we had, just cookies, like sugar cookies and little baggies, and then we had like stations set up where kids could decorate their cookies, and there was just like sugar and frosting was flying, but then the parents were just standing there on the outskirts hanging out, and so we had things for them to do to engage while their kids were supervised by some teenagers in the community, and so like everybody was entertained, parents were hanging out, and it was a joyous time of year, and the ideas were happy ones. You know, it's interesting when you catch people at an event and like where their energy is. Like we did some outreach at a farmer's market where the parking situation was miserable. So all we heard about like through that engagement was how the city needed to do parking. And so like if you find a good dynamic where people are in a good mood, they're really gonna give you like some better, like more meaningful feedback of what they want to see. So just thinking about like, yeah, there's a fun experience like that that's happening and it's well organized. It's a really great way to get engagement.
I don't know which years that people still have like their Leadership Albany cohorts like communicate, but we could send them like the mass signal through the.
Oh yeah, we could reach a lot of people through that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
You should Leadership Albany cohorts is something worth putting out there.
Okay. So
Sophie, we've got some really strong
We-
connections in our year.
We do, yeah.
we just, our group just met up, so.
We had a meetup last night.
Okay.
I bet our group is better than your group.
We were the best
We're the best ones ever.
So we did.
Those high schools?
No,
Leadership Albany.
it's through,
The Chamber of Commerce.
All right. These are really fun ideas. I think there's some really great opportunity for you guys to hear from some new voices in some different ways that maybe you haven't done before. And maybe even starting our theme of partnerships, being able to leverage some partners along the way and get others involved, which only helps to get people more interested in what it is that you're doing. So if we don't have anything else, any other ideas you want to shout out, we did it, you guys. Let's just check in with our goals here. Do you guys know what the strategic planning process entails? Yes. What we did. Ramicia, do we need to go back to the presentation? I'll send you the slides.
Don't hurt yourself, don't worry.
For the majority of the group, do we have a good strategic planning process? Do we feel like we really have now a shared understanding of the organizational and community context through our exercises here? Do we have some priority areas, you can't see me where they're under here, for our strategic plan exploration? Yeah, okay, and do we have a path for some meaningful engagement? Okay, well, we have completed what we set out to do, so round of applause. I'm gonna wrap us with a quick reflection question here before we send you on your way. So, what do you think about? In 5 years, Albany will be a community that what? Fill in the blank. When we think about, this is all about being visionary, and we talked about a lot of different themes today, and so you can be really big and global, you can get pretty granular about what this community is going to be, but I want you to share with us, fill in that blank. In 5 years, Albany will be a community that what?
thriving, future-focused city. Guess we're all choices.
The mayor's like, get me out of here.
Where the streets are lined with traffic cones around potholes that are being filled.
Potholes being, yes, lined with traffic cones, because potholes are being
Or
filled.
streets being rebuilt, please.
In 5 years, Albany will be a city that other cities want to enter.
Okay.
In 5 years, Albany will not have any food deserts.
Okay.
That's a good
Manifest
one.
that.
That's a
Put
good
it
one.
in the atmosphere, Lord, you hear me.
And so does the internet.
That's right.
What else? Stacy, what do you think?
I think in 5 years, Albany will continue to be a growing community.
Okay. Michael?
In 5 years, Albany will be a desirable community to live in.
Okay. Matthew?
Well, the mayor took like every adjective, so I was gonna say thriving.
Okay.
It is going to be a model city that I'll be retired in.
Model city that she's gonna be retired in. Okay. Kayla?
This gives us like, it is gonna be Albany, like when you say Albany, people are gonna know like who we are and they're gonna wanna be a part of that.
All right, I love it. Mayor took all the actions. Kristen?
You know, I think Albany already is an enviable city. I think a lot of people do want to come here. So I think it'll be even better.
Even more.
Yeah.
Okay. Sophie?
Albany will be of ourselves for how far we've come.
Okay, Chris.
The new standard overseas coverage.
The new standard.
Okay,
All
just-
right.
Now he's just showing off.
McKenna?
Welcoming new ideas.
No longer food desert, we got that one. Aiden?
Albany will be great still.
Okay, Sean?
We'll still have the best parks and libraries.
Oh, love that. Matt?
In 5 years, Albany will be more proactive.
More proactive. Okay, Holly?
In 5 years, Albany will be known for its innovative ideas.
All right.
In 5 years, Albany will have a Trader Joe's.
All
That's
right.
dreaming big.
Everyone you gave us yours, traffic cones.
We're doing
Tina?
good. We're doing
Sustainable. In 5 years, Albany will be more sustainable.
Okay, love that.
City that others wanna emulate.
City that others want to emulate. Peter?
In 5 years, Albany will have successfully and aggressively realized the vision established by its council 5 years ago.
Way to bring on the freshmen.
All right, so Albany will be future for this next
Always forward thinking.
All right, well, I just want to say thank you so much for kicking off this process with a lot of good energy and good ideas and thoughtful dialogue. I applaud you for your efforts, and I hope you can applaud each other. Round of applause for all of you. And next steps will be for us to summarize all of these notes, which Sasha has already done a lot of, and we'll be developing a communications and engagement strategy based on all the good stuff you guys have shared today. And we'll work with Kayla to get a schedule of some council checkpoints so that you kind of know when you're going to receive progress updates along the way based on how we design this engagement schedule. And anyhow, we're just really looking forward to getting this rolling and starting to gather up some ideas and get a really great plan assembled for you that's going to achieve some of the things we've talked about today. So I wish you all a wonderful weekend and looking forward to the collaboration ahead. Thank you.